Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today is our holiday celebration, Christmas, any of the other holidays. We're going to be, having a nice, cozy stream tonight. We're going to be celebrating all of them. So, a Merry Christmas to everybody who celebrates, Happy Holidays to everybody else who does not. We've got some Christmas games for you tonight. Before we get into the Christmas games, just a few quick reminders for you all. GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. That is just over a week away from now. So be ready for that. You can go visit gamesonquick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. And if you are crafty, prize submissions are open until December 28th. So if you want to submit a prize, be sure to get that done. Also, Back to Black 2025, the upgrade to UBAF will be live February 6th through 9th here on the Games on Quick Twitch channel, benefiting Race Forward. You can catch the action and support an incredible cause. You can type !BTB in chat to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the all-black speedrunning community, you can type !VAF in chat. With all of that said, before I let the runner and commentary introduce themselves, I just want to say thank you both so much for being here tonight, sharing a little bit of your time and during the holiday season with us. And take it away, both of you.
I mean, I'm not doing anything during Christmas. I don't know about that. But yeah, hello. I'm Frib. With me is Tap, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi.
All right, Tap. Yep. We both run Yakuza 5. We both actually really like this game, but we might get a little negative during this part because, to be frank, Saijima's part sucks, as you'll see. So we're going to get going. Usually a Yakuza 5 run would take just under 6 hours, but for some reason I trusted Church, and Church wanted me to do this for Hotfix today, so we're just going to do Saijima's chapter for reasons that you'll see about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Yeah. So, if you're all ready on time, we're going to get going in 3, 2, 1, go. So, this is technically the second playable character in the video. It's not even technically, it is the second playable character in the video game. This would usually take about like real time, about an hour and 20 minutes to get to. But because obviously we're loading up his part, this is what is essentially like would be the same place we would be in any percent, where we have like no upgrades on Saijima or anything like that. But this is essentially just like a little while after the events of Yakuza 4. It's kind of like a flashback and a setup to what is probably the worst part of any Yakuza game ever.
I'm so sorry. You know why I asked you to do it, but it doesn't mean I'm not anymore sorry.
This game and this speedrun is genuinely fantastic. We've got stuff like text box stacking that allows us to skip like cutscene triggers. It allows us to skip like minute-long fights that we are supposed to be stuck in. It allows us to like go out of bounds at one point. None of that is in Saijima's chapter. Every character has at least a little bit of speed tech. Saijima does not. Saijima is all about fight tech. For this first fight, we'll be doing like triple light strong here because it's guaranteed to take care of the enemy. We don't have double charging finisher just yet. And now we get a very short playable intro section in Kamurocho. This bit sucks. So Yakuza 5's biggest problem, and no doubt you're going to see it tonight, is fight spawns. Fight spawns in this game are horrific. I don't even trust that guy. And this is also the other problem, is you can get like civilians actually spawning in front of you. This large lad on the right is probably a fight spawn. So the issue with Yakuza 5 is that it has extremely aggressive fight spawns. Now, you'll see some fight spawns as I'm running along where they'll have the speech bubble above their head. Those are the ones that take notice of you. Now, the nice thing about Yakuza 5 is that you can actually walk past them. If you go slower, they won't actually get into a fight with you, but you have to be going at a certain speed. There's one right there. So you've got two options. You can either pump the brakes a little like this, where you have to... It's something like, I don't know if Tap knows the exact number, but you have to go like a certain like percentage.
It's, I want to say it's 62. Oh god, who even was that guy?
Oh, this is a great start. I love this game. I did not want this to happen at the very beginning with multiple fight spawns on Tenkaichi, but say hello to Yakuza 5. Because both me and Tap have been very aware recently. Kamurocho sucks in this game. Like, for fight spawns. Like, especially Tenkaichi. Tenkaichi is, like, can be so aggressive. They should have despawned there, because that's what happens when you, like, refresh the map. If you're wondering why I'm panning the camera down, it's to get rid of NPCs, and it also helps in terms of seeing if there are fight spawns around. The downside to this is that you can't obviously see the fight spawns until a little ahead, so you'll see us like pan the camera up every so often to try and like see if like any NPCs don't get despawned, and if they don't, then that's pretty much guaranteed fight spawn. He's behind me, isn't he? I think he's to the left. Oh, this is a Camarocho for the ages already. This is good. Essentially, yeah, with fight spawns, we just have to be aggressive. We have to be very careful of, like, being a little too aggressive. But the other issue is that there are walking fight spawns that blend into the civilians. They won't have... I hate the PC version of this game. They won't have any kind of indicator that they're a fight spawn, and you'll just bump into an NPC, and it'll start a fight immediately. Like, fight spawns in this game are aggressive, and there is one city in this game, so there are 5 different cities, where the fight spawns are the most aggressive, and it just so happens to be inside of this part of this game. Okay, so at this point, we're going to level up our tech up to level 3. We get Super Double Combo, we get Tiger Charge, and we don't need Tiger Cyclone just yet, but we're going to be getting our tech up a little bit more later on. So now we're double charging finish, we're going to be switching over to doing Double Light, Double Strong to try and chain, like, a bunch of these enemies together, which works quite well if you've got them, like built up around you, but unfortunately no one's, like, gathering up towards me at the minute, it's a pain. Like, usually I'm hoping that somebody will get a bit closer. Because it bound enemies off of the wall, bounding just basically means wall bouncing, like it's a fancy term for it. If you hit an enemy with just the kick there, without hitting them beforehand, they won't go down fully, so you do have to be, like, a little careful and, like, just prepare to take care of them. You're aggressive. Thanks. Appreciate that. Essentially, I'm trying to stay, like, obviously, like, near the enemy, and also, like, try and get into a good position to just chain them together. That guy's still alive, for example. This guy will die in 1, but I'm just going to take care of you. And then you're the last. The nice thing about Yakuza 5 is with enemies on the ground, you can do, like, a light, strong charge, and congratulations, that's the end of any gameplay for the next 40 minutes. So... as a quick kind of, like, plot thing, basically, after the events of Yakuza 4, Saejima, for some reason, decides, hey, what if I just go back into prison to atone for what I've done, which is going to lead us to doing literally nothing. This is the prison section. This is way longer than Yakuza 4's. In Yakuza 4's speedrun, including the set piece to leave the prison section, it takes about 10, 12 minutes at most. Yakuza 5 takes 30 minutes. And there's not much gameplay, as you will see. The gameplay in this bit is weird. But this is Himura, he's one of our cellmates. This first part here is just to get you, like, welcome to your cellmates and to, like, introduce you to the main characters here in this part. This is the old man bleachers, as we like to call it. You'll understand why later. This is not the old man, this is just Oshima. He is an old man, but he's not the old man we're talking about. And then we're going to go to the Baba Bench. We call these areas, like, little different names because these are the areas that we, like, visit a lot during this bit. So it's a lot easier to figure out the way around here by calling it dumb names like the Old Man Bleachers and the Baba Bench. This is Oshima. He's obviously another one of our cellmates. Then we're going to go and meet our third and last, who is Baba. This is Baba. So, Baba is here. Baba would not hurt a fly, apparently. But apparently the kid is in here because he killed someone or something like that. But we're like, oh, this kid's nice. He could never do anything like that. He absolutely did do something like that. And then we just, as usual, in true Yakuza fashion, here's some guys to mess with our vibe. And they're basically with a guy called Kugihara. Kugihara is constantly trying to mess with Saejima, but Saejima isn't fighting back so that he can, serve his time, properly and then not get delayed on getting out of prison. And then he ends up in solitary for his own, safety. And the prison warden, Kosaka here, he's actually... It's very rare there's a good cop character in a Yakuza game, but this guy's just like, you should fight back, and Saejima's just like, nah. All riveting stuff so far. We've done like the last 3-4 minutes of just skip text. Gonna carry on like that as well. This is where, is this? Oh no, it's the first dream sequence, isn't it? Oh, I hate this. So, at this point, if you've been obviously sitting through the dialogue, listening to the dialogue, watching the cutscenes, it's been about 15 minutes since you've actually played the game. So RGG are like, all right, we got to give you some kind of gameplay, and obviously with the whole backdrop of Saejima not attacking people, you can't go around punching inmates in the prison just yet. So instead, this is going to be the main city. Now you can tell this is a ghost because we have a lovely Instagram filter on the screen right now, and somehow, you know, Saejima grows his hair back like that. I wish I could do that. That would be an amazing superpower. These NPCs suck. Come on. So this bit's actually funny because in the OG version of Yakuza 5, when you run down like certain streets towards like the edge of the map, you'll see there's like a giant grey wall at the end. In the original version on PS3, that was searingly bright. It was like as bright as Lost Izalith is in Dark Souls. So we have a bit that is so weird coming up here.
Yo, can I interrupt here?
Yeah, go for it.
House drink. Just quit out of the drink menu. It's 2 seconds faster.
Really?
Yeah, don't do the orange juice. That was wrong.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, continue.
So, this first one, yeah?
Yeah.
Somehow the other day, I had it where I had to give her a second drink, and I have no idea how that happened. I've never seen that before.
You must have continued the session or something?
I'm like, but it wasn't. It was like before we even got the leave prompt.
Huh.
Yeah, mouse bottle. Wow,
Yep.
look at that. Fantastic. Nice. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. So, this bit's weird. Thanks to Tap, we know the quotation marks optimal way to do this. Or as optimal as we're aware it is. Essentially, like, if you've noticed, there hasn't been a single save prompt up until this bit with the last bit of dialogue. So Tap went through, like, with a save and redid this part constantly over and over and over again to try and figure out what the most optimal way to do it is. This is all. Like, so one thing we should mention about the PC version, for some reason, and this is only the PC version of Yakuza 5, it's not with any of the other PC versions or any other, like version of, like, Yakuza 5. For some reason, on the PC version of this game, there is no kind of waiting period. So if you go to, like, any taxi and you're holding text skip, which is R1X, then you will have a little bit of a period where you can't do anything at all. Do something and then leave. I'm going slow here so I don't accidentally go into do another like round of this spot, because you will lose 20 to 30 seconds because of that. But it's very weird because like there's no delay to these menus. So if you're holding R1X, it will very quickly, almost instantly select the actual like next option, which for some taxis is really good. If we're mashing through a taxi menu, that's actually really good. But for context sensitive menus like that where we have to go down a little bit, that's not good. So we'll take our time a little bit to make sure that we don't select the wrong thing, otherwise it's just going to be a mess. Now, unfortunately, there is one consistently skippable minigame in any Yakuza speedrun, and it would make this bit a darn sight more fun. It is, unfortunately, karaoke. I'm afraid karaoke is fully skippable in every single game where it is mandatory. So Zero, Gaiden, this. It is exceedingly unfortunate. So Dreamhouse got like 10 million yen, which is like, I wish we could get that. But as part of like the story, because we were beaten up by Kukihara's boys, we have to go and have a little bite to eat, like Dream World wise, and it gets our like HP back up. Too far behind. For some reason I keep thinking you can use the window when you can't. And then we're just gonna eat and drink anything here. I think this is like the Kiryu part. I might be wrong on this. Tap might be able to correct me. Where you have to like order at least one of the drinks. I'm not sure if you'd have to eat like the takoyaki as well. You might be able to skip that one.
I don't actually know.
I know you have to have at least one thing. I don't know if you can skip the food or not. I don't think I've actually tried recently, so...
You know, I should find that out.
Because, like, in Kiryu's part, for those who don't know what we're talking about, like, right at the start, you have, like, a 5-minute long walk and talk where nothing happens. And then, like, you get given a menu by your boss, which if you're doing 100%, you get free meals, so you can just order the entire menu. But if you try and skip out of that menu, unfortunately, the game says, no, you have to order something. For this fight, thankfully, there is a big two-handed bike. The way that Yakuza 5 does weapons is weird. Essentially, every weapon is, like, got its own, like, kind of category. I don't like the position of half of these enemies. What the heck? You're aggressive today. So, essentially, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to spread out a little bit the damage with the bike so that I can at least, like, try and take care of everybody with, like, one hit if possible. Still one guy down here. What are you doing? Oh, nice. Picked up my bike. So, yeah, essentially you want to try and, like, gather the enemies together and hit as many of them with those, like, heavies that we are, like, doing in them while the bike is breaking. When the bike goes down to just the wheel, it's not that great damage. But the way that Yakuza 5's weapons work is that every single weapon has its own, like, classification. So, like, baseball bats, guns, two-handed weapons like that. Every single weapon in this game does less damage than in previous Yakuza games, even the two-handed weapons, but the two-handed weapons are still just immense. They're just stupidly strong. When we like hit the enemies with these weapons enough, as you saw on the side, their weapon will level up and then will gain like various benefits, like at some point an attack upgrade. This is the bit that I keep forgetting every time. It should be Battle Bench first. It is, yeah. Yeah, and there's this bit. I always get lost in this bit. I hate this bit.
Right corner, bleachers, guys by the sign.
Appreciate it. But now, like, we riff... I riff on, like, Yakuza 5 a lot. Like, there is a lot of parts, like, the middle of the game has this bit, and then it has, like, 40 minutes with a character that has, like, no fights whatsoever, although they actually have movement tech, so their part is, like, very important. But this is a good speedrun. I think the last time we were on GDQ Hotfix, I think we said that, I think we said Yakuza 5 was the, longest Yakuza speedrun. Oh no, Infinite Wealth was the longest Yakuza speedrun. Yeah. Once again, it has been dethroned. Infinite Wealth got lowered so much that it is once again Yakuza 5. It's these two, isn't it? Yep. Yeah. Every time I get lost.
Hunter.
And obviously I'm trying to like be close enough to these guys where we don't do that little walking animation to walk up to them.
Yeah.
Loses a little bit of time if you do that.
That happened with Judgment too, right? Where Judgment was longer than 5 for a little bit, and then eventually every game gets faster except 5.
Yep. Shouts to Cascala for routing a lot of Judgment and making it a lot shorter, which was nice.
Shoutouts to them just releasing it on PC. That helped a little too.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, wow.
That's a Pinecone for also doing runs of Judgment and also trying to make it shorter.
I did not realize Infinite Wealth got dropped by like 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've had a good couple of runners come in. We've had TJ come in. We've obviously had Tom doing work and TGP. And they've been doing a lot of work. And this is still without, at the time as we were talking about, the wrong equip stuff. We're still not sure if that's going to, like, add anything to the run. But in terms, like, pure, like, any percent as it currently stands, it's shorter than Yakuza 5. Like, this game cannot beat the allegations of being too long for its own good. If we had a cutscene, like, skip for, like, stuff like this, oh, it'd be so good. Oh, it would be so much faster. The run would go down to, like, 2.5 to 3 hours. Okay, and then this is Baba Bench, left side of board, and then, band bleachers. So this guy right here. Essentially, for those wondering what's going on, Baba apparently stabbed a man. Baba says he didn't stab a man. Baba definitely stabbed a man. And then we're gonna go this way. And then we're going to obviously try and prove that he didn't stab a man. All the fat lot of good that's gonna do. So we're getting told about the old man. This is the actual old man, the old man bleachers. Those three just turned up out of nowhere because they're about to be an obstacle in a second. In the same vein as avoiding fight spawns, we're going to have to pump the brakes a little bit on our speed here to be able to get to 2 NPCs to trade an item out. So you saw the control stick method earlier. This is the other method. I definitely didn't do that fast enough. This is the other method where you can pump R1, which is like the walk button. Is it this game where the walk button is only in the PC version, or is that...
Nah, it's on...
3?
That's 3.
Yeah.
I think. It's definitely on console in this.
But yeah, you just like this. I'm kind of doing it a bit wrong because I'm not used to the I'll raise the cop. I'm done. That's interesting. Don't ask why I hit circle there. It's a day. It's Christmas. It's giving you more time with Saijima's prison section. What a treat. And we go back to the old man. I don't know why the game stopped my movement. So we're basically going to give the old timer some time to be able to go away and find out who the bloody chisel belonged to, so we can figure out like who actually stabbed the dude. You'd be very surprised at who it is. Again, if you've been like watching cutscenes and all of this jazz, you've done nothing for like 25 to 30 minutes at this point. So once again, like we need a little bit of like gameplay thrown in there outside of just that one fight in the flashback. But yeah, this follows a lot of the Yakuza kind of conventions where if you have unskippable animations, you can't skip a lot of the like the walk and talk stuff. So head over to the old man with bleachers. Wasn't far enough in front of him. That's a shame. So we're going to distract the cops, and then obviously he's going to go and figure out who the chisel belongs to. So we've got this thing we're supposed to show to this cop. We just going to run away. And this is your gameplay segment. This is great fun. This is what is known as a reverse chase section, where instead of us chasing an NPC, we're running away. And I'll do this for a minute.
Oh, you don't even go down the length of the field. You're just...
You have to be careful because this guy can actually block you. But yep, this is the gameplay. Now, you definitely don't want to get caught by the police, because if you get caught by the police, then obviously like you lose some time. We just lose a little bit of HP over this section because it's like really cold and all that jazz. But yep, this is what you do. It's a minute of this. Yakuza 5 has very big pacing problems. That cop actually could have pushed off him and actually got closer to me. I had that happen before.
I'm so glad this is in the game. Thank you, Toshihiro Nagoshi.
Tab, what's your favorite part of Yakuza 5?
Baseball man, of course.
Yes, agreed. Very much agreed.
Eating the worm is baseball man.
Tonight. Ah, yes. I'm sad the worm got routed out. I'm so sad.
Well, I mean, I'm just doing it. It's like, it's more consistent. You can technically go faster without it, but you can consistently get pretty close with the worm. So I'm just worming, dude. Worm is good.
Yeah. How do you feel about the My Meteor grab some of the smaller enemies afterwards? I'm still not sure about that.
Wait, what?
So there was I don't know like when it was, but there was like that one period where it was like theorized if you did the My Meteor tackle and dragged one of the enemies into the other enemies when they're in their fear state, you can take care of like more of them. But I feel like they're all spread out too much.
Oh, like for the baseball diamond fight.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good idea. I am taking notes.
I've tried it a couple of times, but I think it like all relies on like where the enemies are. This is Kugihara, so now we get to actually deal with Kugihara. Thanks to the dream sequence, we actually have like full heat. So we're going to start off by basically doing what we're going to do to every boss. We're going to demolish Kugihara by doing this into the head press. It's going to get Kugihara down to 1 HP, at which point I stomp. Now, one thing about Yakuza 5, as you saw there, is the nice bounce. Enemies basically have a leader in the fights. In this one, it's pretty obviously Kugihara because he's like the boss. But if there are like ads in the fights or like any normal like street fight and you take care of like the first enemy, which is the leader, enemies will react in one or two ways. They'll either go down on the floor like that with that purple aura. They can be taken out in one hit, or you'll have the guy standing up like that guy where they don't get taken out in one hit. And then also unique to Yakuza 5, I actually really like this. After that like set of animations has gone, enemies can also do a couple of other actions. They can call in backup, which you obviously have to stop pretty quickly, or they can just run away from the fight. It's really nice. There's like actually like I really like the uniqueness of Yakuza 5's like fight spawns. It's just a shame that Yakuza 5 has fight spawns. So essentially, at this point of the video game, we are under the impression that Majima Goro is dead and definitely not going to become a pirate in about 10 years' time. So we're going to go outside and speak to Kosaka, who's like, hey, we should talk in private, which, my dude, you could have taken us to the place that is private in the first place, but no, he just took us out here. So to break up the monotony of all of this talking, we have a very short walking section. Saijima's part has incredible pacing problems.
Deputy Warden Kosaka inserting himself into the plot of the game. He lives for the drama.
And most of the characters here you won't ever see again after this bit. Oh yeah, you just get this one save point on the left-hand side there. That save point is like the only save point you get before the big like set piece and boss at the end of this chapter. But that also means it's before the second dream sequence, so it sucks. Yes, I said second dream sequence. Look forward to it. It's actually a little bit more exciting. It's also a lot shorter, which is nice. But essentially, the TLDR, Yakuza 5's plot is extremely convoluted. I'm not even sure if convoluted is the right way to describe it.
There's no one on Earth who can explain this plot.
No, that's correct. Like, everyone's in on something. Kosaka's like, all right, you two can break out of prison. We don't really know why Baba's here because, you know, Baba's not exactly like in on anything at this point, but just Baba's here. Very convenient, as you'll find out. like Himura and Oshima had more of a hand in this than Baba did. And he says, good luck. So basically, Kosaka said, hey, do us a favor, bust out of prison. Kosaka is genuinely a real one. But first, we need to wait until everyone goes to sleep, so we're just going to have another dream sequence. We will be back in the city for real later, you'll tell, because there will be color. It's also then going to become the worst place on Earth. Probably one of the worst cities in any Yakuza game, which is a genuine shame because I actually really like the layout, but because it's Yakuza 5 and it's got Yakuza 5 fight spawns, it becomes a nightmare to traverse. It's a little better, I would say, than Yakuza 4 Kamurocho's Saijima, where the game decides, hey, we're just going to put cops everywhere and you're not supposed to be able to, like, go down certain streets and you have to, like, keep walking into, like, every street and going, oh, can't go that way. Oh, gotta go this way. But you'll see what we do in a bit. There's ways that we need to like take Tsukumino. Also, once again, minigame. Oops. Look at that. Hey. Prop pad. Sometimes the touchpad acts as if it's the start button instead of the actual select button, which is weird. But all of this is supposed to be Himura's backstory, by the way, just to make this even worse and like not meaningful at all. This is like to show that Himura used to be a cop, and instead of fighting the Yakuza, he was fighting the Mafia. The difference. These guys wear hats.
Then you find out in that one sub-story that none of this actually happened.
Yeah. See, that's the way they should have done it, and they did both of it, where with Himura and Oshima, you actually get, like, sub-stories about both of them. Unironically, both on this road, actually.
Which one's the Oshima one?
It's the one with the, you know, just before you start the Little Match Girl, where you walk down this road, and there's the two ladies speaking. It's that one.
Oh, I thought that was the Himura one.
Oh.
I don't know.
I think it's Truth and Lies, I think. But either way, they are both down that part of the map, which is like, sure. Now the nice thing is, like, we'd spoken a little bit about like all sub stories there. You'd think that Yakuza 5 all sub stories would be like a very long, arduous thing. It's actually really fun. It's around 10 hours long. I think it's less. Is it sub 10 hours?
It is sub 10 now. Yeah.
Yeah, gosh darn. Was it Tompa who got sub 10?
Yeah, Tompa got like 952, something like that.
Yeah, super impressive. So it's super impressive if you think about it, because like any percent like is 5:49:49, like as world record. So all sub stories doesn't add that much. I was about to do ultras. Again, there's just 2 big bikes in here. I'm trying to obviously keep everyone gathered together so you can get multi-hits like this. You know the drill. There you go. Weapon skill improved. You can see durability increased while guarding, which, I mean, we shouldn't be guarding with this, but that was a good fight. That was a good fight. Kept them all, like, relatively together. Obviously did that. Didn't even get to the even more broken scooter. That was a very good fight. I wish I could get that when I'm doing, like, any percent runs. All right, so with this, we actually are going to do a relatively long set piece. I say relatively long. It's not. I have this really dumb theory about this bit, because I swear the pipe heat action did not come out very fast when I did this run the other day.
I am going to stop getting the pipe. I think you were right about the pipe.
Yep. I think, like, with the amount of damage you do if you can get off, everyone's so far away from me. With the amount of damage you can get from, like, the head press heat action, I want to say that's the way to go. It certainly felt a little nicer. I'm fairly certain that is just, like, number of enemies taken care of, but for some reason I felt like this came out, like, way slower when I did this run the other day. So the nice thing about this, like, really long animation is that every enemy that is getting taken out in this cutscene does get taken out. It's something that happens in, like, multiple QTEs in set pieces in this game, which is great. What I usually do in this bit is stick close to Baba. I'm not particularly, like, after any of these ointments, but they're the only, like, healing item you can get for, like, a little while. Doesn't matter as much as Yakuza 4, but it's fine. Nice, there we go,
Damn.
That's better. I'm stuck. Oh, I have Baba. Hi, Baba. Ideally, you want to, like, try and push some of these enemies towards the fence at the top. Let's be saying that single at this point. Now, the other nice thing is Baba can demolish literally anybody he wants in any of these fights, but the odds of getting that is super low, which is a genuine shame. So, more dudes. Again, just gonna keep doing the double light strong when they're all grouped up in an attempt to, like, take care of multiple of them. These guys do have a little bit more HP. Thank you. That guy's been taking me out a lot lately. I should focus on him. Really? This guy. It was okay. I wouldn't say that was great, unfortunately. Hi, I guess who's back? A nice thing about Kugihara this time is he has 2 HP bars, but yeah, I was going to do the exact same thing. If you are lucky, and unfortunately we won't be, actually he has changed focus. Baba can delete Kugihara, but it does require Baba to essentially go straight for him and completely go to town, which he just did a little bit of damage. He's actually doing it. Wow.
Oh my god, I didn't realize Baba did that much damage.
Yup. The odds of getting it in a run, why is everybody guarding, is really terrible. Come in. I'm gonna take care of you. I need Baba to help me with these guys because I'm struggling, apparently. Actually, I'm just gonna... Yep. You did there. Baba, you just had to hit him once, and this guy didn't react at all. Ugh. Not great. Not great, unfortunately. But yeah, no, if Baba goes completely to town on Kugihara, he will delete him. But yeah, Baba likes to not go after Kugihara, and Kugihara likes to go after Saejima. So the odds of it happening are very low. That's why I keep always pushing good old Kugihara towards Baba. Anyway, Himura's got a gun. Don't worry about it. How is this bit? more awkward in the remaster than the original? Because I feel like it is. I feel like the snowmobile bucks more in the remaster.
It's been so many years since I played the original that I have no idea. When was the last time anyone played the PS3 version of this game?
That's a good question. I was going to say Tompa, but I'm getting confused with Skadi and Yakuza 3. So, as you can see, it's a wonderful snowmobile section. If you're wondering why I keep, like, stopping and, like, losing time like that little bit there, I'm not. It loves to do that. So, the main aim here is just don't hit trees, don't hit the walls. If you stick to, like, certain sides like this, sometimes you can avoid doing the jump, which saves you a bit of time. I wasn't close enough there. There we go. And now for this bit, for some reason, these guys are just here. Not quite sure where they came from or why they're here. If you pay attention during this bit and look at the walls, you'll see that they actually spawn from within the walls themselves. But these guys are annoying because they will, there you go, they will start throwing Molotovs, which they're just random and they can just, like, interrupt you a lot. So ideally, again, that's not me, that's just the game. Ideally, we don't want to be too close to, like, any wall where the radius of the Molotov can actually, like, hit us and, like, interrupt us. That was a bad movement on my part. I've gotten so much worse at this lately.
You know, same.
And you just do that. And there they go. And more of them spawning. I don't question how we're staying on this bridge either, because those gaps are definitely big enough for us to fall down. Okay, not too bad. I don't know why I did that. That was so bad on my part. I should have gone to the right. And in this bit, we now have rocks to contend with. So as long as you stick to, like, relatively the middle, you shouldn't get hit by any of the rocks. Thank you. That's what happens when you get hit by a Molotov. You used to be able to do this bit without getting hit by a Molotov at all, but lately I've always been hit by one. Also, it looks like it wants you to keep pressing R2. No, you just hold it. I don't know why the button pulses there, but yeah. Right, so we have almost done our prison escape sequence. However, in typical Yakuza fashion, we do have to fight an animal at some point. This is Yamaorichi, the giant bear. I like to call him Dave. So for this, and oh, I just realized I've messed up actually really badly because I've not done my upgrades. I need to get my tech up to level 4 to... Wait, no, not level 4 stability. Tech to level 8 for Tiger Jaw, and then Soul to level 4 for stability. Otherwise, this bear is going to demolish me. So we get a couple of good things there, like triple finisher, like regard, guard break, the usual. Stability, you'll be less likely to recoil from any attacks while in heat mode, which helps a lot with this fight. Now, you'll notice there that none of my attacks actually did any damage. That's because we need to actually hit Dave from the front. Thanks, Dave. Timing our attacks as well can also give us a little bit of... This is a very bad fight. Can also give us a little bit of respite in terms of not being hit. Let's go do this to push phase 2. No? Okay. Alright. This is a very, very, very bad Yamaorichi fight. X5 is a wonderful game. I love this game. So what I like to do here, Yamaorichi likes to jump backwards, so I like to start off with a single to get a couple of hits in. Unfortunate. Okay, that's not good. There's only like 2 hits off, that sucks. Oh, that's the end of the fight. Great game. Absolutely great game. All right, I hope you're ready to see nothing for the next 20 minutes. So, Every single character in Yakuza 5 has a extensive set of side stories, not sub stories, but actual side stories. So it's like, for some characters, like a profession that they've got, like Kiryu is a taxi driver, for example. For Saejima, we're going hunting because when we got knocked off of the snowmobile earlier, we lost Baba. Baba is gone. So, as you can see, Saejima is trying to get back up the mountain, and he got saved by this guy called Okudera, who's been hunting Yamaorichi the entire time. So, the next 20 to 25 minutes are going to be about learning how to hunt. It is all contained in this one chapter. I genuinely like the hunting, like, casually, but in the speedrun, again, this just... I'm having, like, a really nice, like, set piece in the prison sequence, and then obviously the snowmobile into the bear fight. All that pace just goes again. Like, it just drops. It is just unfortunate. So, we're gonna get to meet a couple of the residents of this very small, like, remote mountain village. So, I believe this is Nishina. Nishina is not too happy with us. He doesn't like outsiders randomly turning up for obvious reasons, and he also doesn't want us going up the mountain because we're gonna, you know, anger the bear. The bear has been getting closer and closer to the village, looking for food sources, blah, 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 you know the drill. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would hate to do anything to anger that bear, right?
Like, I don't know, get into a fist fight with it? So, this is Sakurai having a nice life after making an immense amount of Smash Bros. Games. We'll be coming back to see Sakurai a couple of times. He's kind of like your starter point for the hunter missions. I said there's no speed tech in Saijima's part. That's actually a lie. There is speed tech in this bit.
Are you going to go for the, like, the second deer shot on the first group?
I am.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I always try to. Every time I do, though, like, I've found, like, with every single run, the deer with the antlers has been absolutely demolishing me. He went for both me and Okudera last time.
Oh.
Okudera was too far
He was
away.
out for blood.
Yep. I have never seen that deer that aggressive. Like, you all will understand what deer we're talking about soon. Like, it's one of those things. This is Kimio. She is Nishina's wife. She's actually going to help us out. She's going to, like, give us, like, some supplies and tell us, hey, try not to die up the mountain. Which, And she says about Okudera, the villagers don't, or Nishina doesn't really like Okudera that much because he turned up one day, much like we did, and then decided to start hunting bears. But the hunting section is actually, like, genuinely really cool casually. Like, it takes, like, about, I'd say about 2 hours or so, and it's, like, it's got, like, a surprising amount of depth to it. Like, a whole bunch of different things that you can do, and, like, it's got its own, like, little map area that you're about to see in a second. That's just the first part of it. As we are being told, follow the river. So, what we're going to do at first, and this is going to seem like it's not that fast, but actually it is, we're going to roll up the mountain. So, if ever you find yourself stuck on a mountain and you need to get down fast, just roll. Professional advice from the video game. But our health is going to lose over time. Restore it by eating food, which we don't. We have one piece of deer meat that Kimio gave to us a little while ago. But yep, this is speed tech for this bit is just roll. This is actually faster than walking for now. But the purpose of this is just to show how the basic mechanics work of just you're losing HP. So you kind of gotta go. It's one of the reasons why Saejima has like a very large HP bar is because I'm fairly certain some people have probably died up here. But also Saejima just gets, I don't know if this is like true or not, but I feel like Saejima, in like the context of this game, gets EXP way faster than any other character, or his fights just give him more. Because when we hit Tsukumino, like, obviously there's no extra fights that you can do, and there's no like extra sub-stories. He always seems to be like a good couple of levels like ahead of where he should be. Like, if not double digits, like pretty much there. Because you've already the hardcore gone into obviously like the tech tree and the fair amount into the soul tree in our level up menu. And And also because when you do this run a lot and there's nothing to do during these cutscenes, you tend to notice things. Watch the middle of the screen, specifically at Baba's face. Because Baba's supposed to have been up the mountain for quite a little while. As you will see in this cutscene. There he is. His eyes are open. And then when Saejima gets by, he closes his eyes. He's very much awake. He's not supposed to be awake. I can't remember if the OG PS3 version has his eyes open, but just, yep. That's the first hunting section. There wasn't that much hunting. The hunting will come in the next part. You see Okadera's been assaulted by, obviously, Bear. So now we've saved Baba. But unfortunately, Okadera is now no longer in a fit position to go up the mountain. Just walks in, just covered in blood. And there is also actually a little bit of speed tech here. Most of your speed tech in this part is going to be movement for the most part, but like there's going to be a little bit in the actual hunting section that you'll see in a bit. Should be... Yeah, Sakurai, Nishina, and then Sakurai. So Baba's up and moving, too weak to apparently leave yet, and also the road is closed or something like that. So you can skip that animation by just, like, moving there. Nothing fancy about it, just walk. So Kimio has buried some meat. It keeps it fresh because it's so, you know, frozen up here. Okadera's gone back up the mountain. We're obviously going to go and help, but we don't have any hunting gear of our own. So we're going to speak to Sakurai in the hopes that Sakurai will obviously give us some gear, which I think he gives us like the jackets and the boots, but he won't give us the gun, so we're going to go and see Nishina. Down that little tunnel there is Saijima's Move Master for Yakuza 5. You can't go and see them just yet. But you can at the end of this chapter. Been a while since the mainline games have had Move Masters, actually. Nishina's very unhappy. And we go back to Sakurai and we'll be going back up the mountain. In this bit, as the tutorial screen will say, we do need to pack some deer meat, so we'll have to put that into our actual inventory. So, simple cold wear. Horizontal double rifle. We actually get, like, you can get, like, again, when you do this casually, you can get, like, different bits of gear, etc., etc. And as you'll see in this bottom of this menu, it says, hey, don't forget to bring that deer meat. So, equipment confirmation, deer meat, and ready. Again, that's one of those menus, again, with the PC version you have to be a little bit careful of because there's no delay to it. Once again, we roll. Please don't tell me you stole them. Okay, so this is your tutorial on how to do your hunting stuff. How to do like kind of like stealth mechanics. So circle or crouch. We'll not be doing that, but we spin. How to reload the gun. You can either do it by just pressing R2 or by like aiming the gun. And then we're gonna shoot that rock. He's busy.
Yo, you want some lore to save like half a second there? Just mash square.
Really?
Literally just like as you're coming out of that, just be mashing square and he just takes the shot and hits on like the first frame. You don't have to like aim it or anything.
Oh, cool. I will do that. I assume we have to look towards the rock before in the previous cutscene, or is it just... No?
No, he auto looks towards the rock.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, this hunting hut is... it acts like a checkpoint in the actual, like, hunting section. You need a hut repair kit, but you can just make these. You can, like, change your inventory, blah, blah, blah. It's just like a hideout. It restores your health over time, which, just like a hideout, takes way too long. And it says how you can earn money as a hunter. With Yakuza 5 Speedrun, there are two characters that actually have money problems. One of them is the titular baseball man, and we also have Saejima, who is obviously going to have a few problems. In all sub-stories, the way we get money is actually a little different. We do a sub-story and we fight a bear for a second time. But for any percent, we obviously don't have the time to do that. So in this next section, we are going to try and, or not try, we're going to take care of 2 of the deer. There is a second part if you mess up the first part, but hopefully we shouldn't do that. You'll notice that I haven't reloaded my gun yet to get the 2 shots. The game will automatically reload us after this next cutscene.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yep. I should stop reloading. Yep. Literally taking notes on this run, dude.
So here's our Adirado. So this is the way that I do it. I do mess this up occasionally, so let's see if I can pull it off. So you can fail game with 1 shot to the head. These you can actually take care with 1 body shot sometimes. To roll 4 times forward, we get the attention of this one. Whoops a daisy.
Yo, nice.
Wasn't sure I was going to get the second one. Usually the one that was furthest back that ran first, usually that one doesn't run straight away. So that just kind of threw me a little bit. I'm going to stand up so that we don't lose the old man whilst we're rolling here. And there we go. So we've got deer meat and deer hide. So when you take care of deer, some of them have antlers. You'll see one coming up in a second. Antlers sell for, obviously, more money than, obviously, the stuff that we've got. But all deer meat and all deer hide sell for the same amount. For the purposes of what we need for the run, all we need is 2 deer. It doesn't matter, like, which ones we get. With just these 2 here, we will have, after this bit, 23,600 yen, which is absolutely perfect for what we need when we eventually get to Tsukumino. All of this is for a little bit of a skip, because... yeah, you don't want to do what the game wants you to do, especially with the remastered version. He's prowling. He's going to go for me. He's trying it. Trouble is, I don't want to be on this side of the tree. Don't you dare. This deer. Now, the downside is I have to wait for Okudera because otherwise, if you get too far, like, the game will not let you progress. So, unfortunately, because he obviously hit Okudera as well, I've got to wait. I should have rolled to the left so I could have got Okudera away from the tree, honestly. That deer has been so aggressive lately. I've, like, genuinely been tempted to, like, save my second shot for that deer just so that I don't get interrupted by him. And when we get back far enough, leave the mountain. So it doesn't matter really, like... if we, like, put our stuff into the item box or not, but the top option to, like, move everything is the quicker option. We're going to be selling our stuff at the end of the segment anyway, and we've got some stuff in our inventory at the end of this that we are also going to have to sell, so... it is what it is. So we are going to pay Nishina's wife back 1 more, and Ice Walk raises walking speed in the snow. We are no longer going to roll through the snow. This bit is nice and fast. We just go over here to... obviously, Kimio here. There we go. Perfect. And if you all thought that wasn't fun enough, let's go do a 3rd round of the hunting minigame. This bit just takes a while. So, speak to Okudera. We don't have to bring anything with us this time. But this bit also has a fair bit of speed tag, which was found by, I want to say it was X-Play back in the day.
Yeah, this was an X-Play thing.
Cool. All right, so this guy we get introduced to is the trader. The trader is going to basically buy all our like deer meat and stuff off of us, but not just yet. And the guy in the middle of the road there is the one that takes us back to the village, but we have to do these 3 rounds of hunting before the game allows us to go back, unfortunately. Baba is still recuperating. And now with this bit, you'll see how much faster we actually like run in the snow here. So we're now learning how to trap animals with snares. There is a way to soft lock this bit. I can't remember how to do it, which is good, but it's also bad because I don't want to soft lock here. I think I've seen Ryu soft lock here. Just unfortunate. Did I just lose all my speed? Oh, good. So you see these like glowing pillars of light. These are your trap sites. We're going to start with the far right and then just like go to all 4 of them because we need to do that. There's also these statues around. You can see one just above Saijima's shoulder there. There's a bunch of like small little like sub-objectives that you can do in these sections, which is really cool. The camera doesn't like this part. And we just do the rest. There's 1 here and then 2 ahead. And then we have a little bit of speed tech for this bit. This bit's a little weird, actually. Not soft lock wise, but you can stop progression here by being too close to the actual snare that we first put down. So we want to stay like a certain distance away to be able to make the actual animal spawn in a bit faster. And last one. Cool.
Yes.
So we want to go back to the very first one, which was that one there. We want to stay about 20 to 25 feet away from it. So I'll be spinning about here. And there's the rabbit. But if you're closer than that, it takes longer to spawn in. And that's not the speed tech we were talking about. The speed tech is going to be in this bit. And this bit's been giving me some problems lately. Enter stage right, Dave. So, Dave needs to absolutely maul Okudera. That's what we're after here. Now, unfortunately... Oh, you're actually coming towards me this time. That's great. Sometimes it doesn't happen. The best thing that the bear can do is to grab Okudera. But what you're seeing me do is, whoops, interact... Well, that actually worked out. Interact with the trap site every time that it knocks down Okudera, because that way it picks up Okudera to his feet instantly, and obviously the bear then tries to attack Okudera instantly. The bear has a grab attack. The grab attack instantly ends this entire bit. He didn't try and do it at all there. That was still decent despite not having a grab. I actually think that was not too bad. Quite happy with that. Thankfully, we're done. We're done with the hunting. The last 20-25 minutes of hunting lulled you into a false sense of security. Well, this entire section has, because we haven't had any chance of fight spawns since we were back in, like, Kamurocho, like, what, a good, like, 40-45 minutes ago? That's about to change, because we are about to walk into actual hell. That's what I call Sukamino in my all sub-story splits. And Sukamino in all sub-stories is actually kind of nice, because everything actually blends really well together. So you're constantly like walking from like one sub-story to the next. So whilst there is chances of fight spawns, like weirdly there's like not a huge amount. Like it just blends really well together. I like 5 all sub-stories. It's like one of my favorite all sub-stories. It helps having like good sub-stories as well. So we're gonna get interrupted a couple of times on the way here. That's him telling us about our move master. Since people have a domestic, stay out of it. We're not getting involved in their argument. We're gonna speak to the trader and we're gonna sell literally everything that we've got. Which again, leave us with 23,600. Which is perfect for what we need in terms of the skip coming up, and also the taxis that we need. Thank you, PC version. Love you. And then this guy will tell us, hey, taxis are now available again. So we now get to finally play the video game. You will soon understand why Church asked us to do this for for Christmas Day. But you can come back now and do like the hunting minigame at any time. I genuinely do like this hunting minigame a lot, but it just ruins the pacing of the speedrun so much. So head to Baba, once you do this option, we're off. And you can come back again at any time. In all sub-stories, we actually do come back to the village twice. There's one sub-story where someone who lives in the village wants to go to Sukumino and become like a host, and we have to go back and forth. It's like, it's a little awkward because we only have to like, oh, actually we go 3 times because the hungry lady, don't we? Oh, yeah. So yeah, it's a little awkward because it's like, there's no good way to get the second part of that conversation. So we just come back. Anyway, this is Sukumino in Hokkaido. Obviously, very much like every other Yakuza location set on a real place. This city I kind of see in kind of 2 parts. You've got the upper part of Sukumino and you've got the lower part of Sukumino. The lower part of Sukumino, you can run in the road, you can just go wherever you want. The upper part of Sukumino, you can't run in the road because there's a lot of traffic and stuff. If this was the Dragon Engine, you'd be able to run up in that upper part. But because you can't run in that upper part, that's going to start causing problems. Sukumino and the fact that this is a PS3 era Yakuza mean that you can get a lot of fight spawns in close proximity. And because it's the PS3 era, when you come out of one fight spawn, unless the other fight spawn was literally on top of you, it will not get despawned. There are certain areas in Sukumino where you can have up to something like 6 fight spawns in one corner. It is absurd. Sukumino is awful. Thankfully, there are not going to be any fight spawns until we get to our hideout, at which point everything is going to become very, very stressful. Nice Christmas tree. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays for those who aren't celebrating Christmas. Hopefully you can have a nice, cool, chill couple of days. There's also a nice snow sculpture festival going on. There's like a nice sculpture of Hatsune Miku, but unfortunately you won't get to see that.
So really? In this bit, I never saw that.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
You gotta go look at it now, Froob, when the time comes.
We do kind of go near it, don't we?
Yeah, we walk like right by it at the end there when you cross the street.
When we skip old blimmin' snowball battle royale. So don't walk into Baba. Just let Baba walk too far forward again. I did this the other day. So we're supposed to let Baba go here, and then we get put into this cutscene where there's a cop. We can't get past him. This is going to be a running thing with Sukumino, is that certain street corners should be unavailable because there are police on these corners, which, yep, great. The nice thing about the speedrun is we actually have a slight little way past them, which you would think, you know, we're going to do some cool stuff. Now we just walk past them. If you know the angle, it's not too bad, but unfortunately we can get pushed out of the way. This should be down by 1 for this one. So here's the taxi. Yep. Hey, so our money is exceedingly precise. We do not want to make any mistakes on our taxi, otherwise we're not going to be able to do all the taxis that we need in this part. But again, there are no fight spawns just yet. There will be in a second. Once we go and see Baba in a second here, that's when the fun begins. I'm using fun extremely loosely in this context. So this is where our hideout is. Usually what we do is we have a prediction for how many fight spawns we actually get into in this city, just because you are likely going to get into a fight here somewhere. It's ridiculous. I am still of the opinion that Sotenbori is just as bad as Sukumino. I've had so many bad Sotenboris lately.
I'm gonna hope it's 0, because if it's not, you'll hate me forever.
Yep. Yep, I really hope it's 0. Although, to be fair, I'd rather take fight spawns now and then have none in my next any percent attempt. That'd be nice.
That's fair. That's fair.
This is Chef Tatsia. He's an actual real celebrity. He charges water in his restaurant and says if you can't pay, get out. This guy to my right might actually be a fight spawn. That guy is. He's a nouveau riche, which that's bad. So I actually need to go this way. Hold up. I've messed my movement up already. I'm just going to very, very slowly take my way around him. So one good fight spawn already. You can see the no entry signs to the right, which means, again, you can't, like, obviously go that way. We need to go down to Bar Ambitious, which is at the bottom of the map, which is, yep, this one here. Just wanted to double check. I'm a little thrown off by that. The downside to this bit right here, whenever we're going along this road, we cannot go into the road itself because there is a sub-story. It's a very funny sub-story about delivering noodles. But with that sub-story, its circumference is like the entirety of the street. So you cannot go, like, into the road at all. There can be so many, like, fight spawns that I don't like taking the sidewalk here. And again, as I said earlier, if you weren't here for it, we're panning the camera to get rid of NPCs and to see if there is any fight spawns. The guy who's chilling on the left there is not a fight spawn, thankfully. Be very careful of, like, bumping into anybody on the way here. Now, the nice thing is Baba gave us 30,000 yen, which is very good because we can use that to skip an entire sequence here. We need to gain access into the casino to gain an entry with the... I think it's the... Is it the Kitakata family? Or am I thinking of...
No, you're right.
Again? Yep, cool. You can either play pool or pay 50,000 yen. Do not play pool. Especially in the remaster. It is awful. So this guy, like, is a pool master. Like, this guy is going to absolutely demolish you. But because obviously we get the 2 deer in the hunting section, we have enough money to do that and then do a couple of taxis. Downside, we have to run across the entirety of Sukamino. Bottom to top. And have to do it right now. So, having gone in there, fight spawns have now respawned out here somewhere, so they can be in, like, different locations. The nice thing about this bit is that all of this is going to be one connected trip, so if there are fight spawns, like, on this road here, when we come back to this bit, we'll know where they are. Hey, bud.
Just go in the street.
Again, yeah, I should do. Too late. I should be able to go here because you should bump on the NPCs. So this is going to be... I'm being careful, squatters. This is going to be our... a little bit of a cop skip. You're not supposed to be able to... Is that a fight spawn? It is. That's fine. He's going to the right. This cop is supposed to stop you from being able to, like, move forward. But if you just go to the left, you can just walk past him. That's a little too fast. I'm surprised I'm not being ran at by that NPC. That was, like, right on the edge of being, like, too fast. Wow. We're very lucky there. It's a little bit more consistent to do the pump strat, which is a pump R1. And in situations like that, it's actually really nice. Again, any of these walking NPCs can be a fight spawn, so I'm avoiding literally every single one of them. This old dude just has the same model as the old dude in the prison. It's not the same guy. But the answer is 71. And now we need to go to the top part of the map. So off we go. At the very least, there wasn't that many, like, fight spawns. It was just the one next to the ticket office. That guy is a fight spawn. This is a little scary to run because there can be... Yeah, this guy here. I'm very surprised the guy below me wasn't running at me. Very certain pumping here will be a bit faster than what I'm doing here. That's a fight spawn. Yep. See how this guy is not, like, disappearing? This guy is a fight spawn. So he was far away enough for the camera to pan out the rest of the NPCs. Because he's still there, oh my goodness. That means he is a fight spawn. Bad to these NPCs. I'm just gonna walk it. Now the downside is, he's going to be there when we're trying to go backwards to the taxi. So we have to take that into account. Now, something I haven't mentioned about these fight spawns, sometimes you will get larger lads. They're on the larger side like I am, and they go a lot slower. So you can run past them a lot easier than any of your normal fight spawns, who will absolutely just go straight for you. Downside is, again, you can get fight spawns as... Stop that! NPCs can push, like, obviously, like, fight spawns a bit closer to you. Normally I'd run a bit faster there, but because, obviously, like, a Hotfix show, I'm just being a bit more careful so I don't get into fights. Here's your snow parade. Hatsune Miku, I think she's on the other side, so we'll have a look at her when we get back. Back down to the bottom, where, again, we know that there is a fight spawn in front of the place we need to go to. But we don't know about this road, so we just have to be a little bit careful as we taxi here. We spin the camera around a little bit first. This guy might not be a fight spawn. I think it was too close to be despawned. And you can see this guy. So, brakes. I should have gone a bit further, it seems. No squatters at the very least. Just being very careful, because the downside is if I drag him towards me, he's going to be there when we're out of this one. 7. Scattered. I don't know why I didn't go up on my menu there. Losing tickets. So when we come out of this, we have to be very careful because he's standing there and we walk towards him. So...
Oh my god, is this just gonna... Okay, no.
I'm just going to take this a bit slow. See, you can see here how, like, again, they look at you the entire time. If you can get these fight spawns, like hit onto, like little sides like these trucks or these lampposts, they can de-aggro off you, which is really nice. But it's, like, obviously, like, really hard to do, and it isn't going to, like, obviously work all the time. I'm being much less aggressive with my fight spawns than I should be. And you can get situations like that where you might be wondering, where was that NPC I bumped into? They can just spawn in front of you. This happens in, like, every city, but the worst place for it, I feel, is Sotenbori. Might be wrong on that, but I feel like I've had it happen the most in Sotenbori, especially as Haruka. Alright, so now we gain access into this little area with these Kitakata Yakuza family members.
Yep.
I do hopefully double light. They will move away, that sucks. Well, at least I got an okay one on the second hit there. I was hoping to get like 2 of them on the first hit, but that's fine. Okay, so that's pretty much the end of the kind of nasty ones. We now need to go back to the hideout, which again we're gonna taxi for. And you can see on the minimap now there's a bunch of sub-stories. All those question marks are sub-stories.
Damn, dude.
I should have been a bit more careful when going out. So again, because obviously, as we said earlier, Yax 5 has this whole like leader thing to it. We're going to take care of the leader, then everyone else is going to react in some way. Anyone that goes onto the ground like this is one-hittable. Unless that guy gets back up. That guy is running? No, he's going back up, isn't he? Oh, he decided to taunt me? That's interesting. That's a Tsukimino fight spawn for you, just out of nowhere. I could have taxied more. Unfortunately, I can't work that in because we now taxi everywhere, so unfortunately, I can't make use of that. But yeah, as you can see, every time you refresh the map by going like into a building, like it, oh goody, it respawns like all the fight spawns. Now, one thing we haven't mentioned in terms of fight spawns is Victory Road. Yakuza 5 has an absolutely ridiculous grindy Coliseum section called Victory Road. Every single character has like their own path through it, and essentially these Victory Road like storylines start by fighting Victory Road enemies like on the streets. Some of them are pretty obvious to spot. If you see a guy wearing a karate outfit, that's Victory Road. Unironically enough, for Saejima, if I was to get a like fight spawn, I would actually like it to be a Victory Road one, because it's only a single guy, and as you've seen, Saejima demolishes any single enemy like really quickly and easily. And you can, I think with Saejima's Victory Road, I think it's 2 fights until the first cutscene. I might be wrong on that. I'm not sure if you have the knowledge of that, because Tap has been doing something that I am not envious of, which is to route 100% Yakuza 5.
I'm nearly done. Soon, Froob. 50-hour speedrun.
Koi Koi?
I have just learned how to play Koi Koi.
Nice.
It's cursed.
I'm actually genuinely looking forward to that. Hey, we have a small little bit left. Not too much, thankfully. So we have one more trip. It's only in the top half of the map, which obviously we're...
Oh my god, dude, an encounter here.
Right?
It's like so rare to get an encounter during the daytime portion of this. That just sucks.
Yep. I don't trust this guy with the hoodie. I don't trust him at all. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay away from him. we have to go this way to avoid the cost to be able to get into this bit. And again, like there's a lot of NPCs that can be like fight spawns. However, like obviously women and children can't be fight spawns, and also if anyone's carrying a bag, they can't be a fight spawn. So if you see people like that, you can kind of bump into them. There's something, again, we haven't mentioned about Yakuza 5. For some reason, I'll show it off here with this person. Like, NPCs just stop you completely. Like, utterly completely. Can we see Miku from here? There she is, right in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
What's her name, Miku? Arms full out. There she is. So yeah, this game is really cool at like references to like other Sega properties. Now the downside is we know that this guy is here because he was here before. So I now need to be careful on the way back here. It's why having a
he won't turn.
Bye.
See, you're good.
Bye. Alright, so one fight spawn Sukamino. Honestly, I'll take that for a showcase run. So the nice thing is, that's Sukamino done with. We now have an actual very long set piece coming up. I could do the funniest thing in this next bit. Alright, so we basically want an audience with the head of the Kata family because we want to know what happened to Majima. Saijima's had this, feeling that Majima's not actually dead. So he's probably already started his pirate arc, let's be honest. So we're going to go and find him and find out what happened between the two of them. Because the plot of this game is essentially the Tojo have been trying to create alliances with other Yakuza clans, some bigger, some smaller. And the bad things keep happening. Where in the world is Daigo Dojima? So, as you can see, there's a couple of electric scooters. We've already been using them for a couple of fights. A lot of this, that's a good first hit. A lot of this is essentially, I was hoping to hit them towards them. A lot of this is going to be grabbing two-handed items. We can put it down with ulti down on the D-pad and then run through. You have to be very careful here. If you run too far here, you will get a game over because you'll run into like a area that's supposed to catch you. Now, see on the right-hand side, there's a detective outfit, and on the left-hand side, there's a Santa outfit. This is why Church asked me to spend my Christmas in Sukamino. I could do the funniest thing here and take the detective outfit and spite Church.
You go! I can't stop you!
I'm not gonna, it's Christmas. Santa Saijima. It is actually the quickest option. It makes no difference in like any of the fights, like which outfit you pick. The Christmas one, the Santa one, is just, it's closer. And then in this next part, we're going to be grabbing a couple of like two-handed weapons again. There is also Christmas trees. Christmas trees also count as two-handed weapons. Too bad if I can push you over here. That was bad. I'm trying to be too fancy here. So ideally, like if we were doing any percent like properly, nice, good hit, we would want to pick up a couple of the stamina annexes in these fights because we need to build up our red heat in the top left to get a specific heat action for the finale. Remember which one of you is the guy? It's you, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Which I've now messed up. Throw you to the ground, and then I'm going to need another two-handed item. Too bad, actually. So I'm going to go grab the... Oh my! I need this. Thank you. Christmas delivery. Again, people go down. They can go down in one hit. So try and get them first. Okay, please. Thank you. So again, if this is 80%, I'd go and grab that right there, but I don't need it. I'll for just Saijima percent. And then we have another fight with a whole bunch of enemies. This has a little bit of speed tech to the second part of this fight. Trying to gather them. This is the reason why you don't want to hold on to things for too long. Yakuza 5 has this weird little thing where enemies love to grab you, and they kind of teleport grab you. Like, they will grab you from so far away. Nice. So, for this fight, RGG forgot to do one very important thing. They forgot to put the invisible barrier at the end of the fight. But we can just leave. Simple as that. There's Baba. Also, we are wanted. You saw the news report earlier. You'd think we would just keep this disguise, but sadly not. Unfortunately, at Christmas time, people are attempting to drive into Santa. Please do not do this at home. Please do not do this at home. There's Rudolph when you need him. So, I'm gonna ditch the disguise. Okay, and we have our last normal group of enemies. So again, there's going to be like one main leader in this fight. He's pretty aggressive. Sometimes he'll go after Baba. If not, you kind of have to like go for him pretty faster. So you can see where the bike is, because that's the guy in front of me there. He's trying to spin at me, and he got it. That's bad. Nice. How about demolishing him as well? That's actually really bad because I'm gonna miss the heat action. But yeah, that's not the one you want. It's slower and doesn't do as much damage. Probably should just try to get it off straight away. It moves him a little bit so I can pick back up the scooter, which is nice. He's guarding everything. More broken scooter. Okay, buddy. A grab and a throw will get me enough heat to be able to heat attack and just finish him. Or this actually might be enough. Nice. Good. There are enemies hiding around here. I'm gonna go after them because this guy on the left, his AI won't activate in this fight. So I want to take care of him while I can, and then it's just hopefully this guy. Abba took care of the other guy. Abba did a decent job in that fight. That's the Baba. It was actually a decent fight. I'm kind of interested in what my like RTA is going to be after this bit. It's not going to be like the PB RTA because of obviously the fight spawn, but think about that fight spawn. I think I was on almost PB pace, which is pretty nice actually. Sukamino can just be awful in a lot of ways, and yeah, we had some really bad fight spawn locations today. But we have a little bit left of this chapter. We got a boss coming up. Now the fun thing about Yakuza 5 speedrun, for a lot of bosses, there are some characters whose combat has gotten way worse since Yakuza 4 that I won't name, like Yama. And we don't actually want to interact with their combat whatsoever. So we actually use weapons. We use heat attacks from weapons, and we use the weapons to keep them on the ground. Saejima actually gets some pretty complicated combos, which is really nice. It all begins with his boss at the end of his part. But in the typical RGG cutscene framing, here's a giant window while we're having a nice, important conversation. I'm sure nothing is going to happen. Especially not with the amount of times the camera keeps panning and showing you, hey, big window, hey, big window, hey, big window. I've had some bad boss fights over the last couple of attempts. I'm hoping this one goes a bit smoother. So unsurprisingly, Kit Kat gets shot through the big window. What a surprise. So we're going to go and chase the guy that shot Kit Kat. So these chase sections, this is not a reverse chase section, this is an actual chase section. There's some weird shenanigans that can happen in this bit. If I get the Baba spin after that one time, I'm going to be so upset. It'll be very funny, but I'll be very, very upset. But essentially what we're supposed to do is grab and use like weapons in these boxes. And sometimes you can have it where the weapon doesn't do any damage. In this one, it doesn't matter that much. Thankfully, we have enough damage here. What I'm going to be doing is every so often, I'm just going to be hitting this stranger, quotation marks, just to keep my just to keep my heat high enough that I can start the next fight with heat actions. Hammer is good. Hammer does a lot of damage. As you can see. And I will also be interrupting him in certain bits. Should have interrupted him there, so I'll interrupt him here instead. By doing that, he won't throw that at me, and then it won't interrupt me. And he goes to the left, because he's supposed to go down here to Ramen Village, which is an actual real place in the real Hokkaido. That guy looks familiar. Yeah, he is. Unsurprisingly, it is Baba. Yeah, that's a spoiler, but trust me, I'm about to punch Baba in the face, so you can't avoid it. He's wearing a very nice turtleneck sweater. Try and see if we can demolish Baba. So what we're going to do, let's start off by grabbing Baba, throwing him to the floor. Do light strong, light strong, light strong. The action. Quite strong. Quite strong. And we're going to try and stop him from going into his next phase as long as possible and try and get another heat action off. I'm just going to keep this up for hopefully one more combo, because this should hopefully stop Baba from causing us a couple of problems. Missed. That's upsetting. I should probably, let him go into his phase here. Okay. Decent. Anyway, this is going to hurt. And time's coming up. I guess there. Yeah, time. Yeah, time. I was gone.
GG.
That's that. Oops. Not to mention time's coming up. My bad. But yeah, essentially, Baba's second phase, he gets hyper aggressive. He can kind of grab you and just like grab onto your arm and then throw you to the ground. So you just want to make sure that you don't give Baba that time. And we do that with light heavies to stop him from going down. Saejima gets a lot more complicated fight combos much later on when we get to the finale. The finale, we do play Saejima again, but that's in like 4 hours from now.
It was a
that's Saejima's part. Happy Christmas.
it was a 123.27.
Without that fight spawn, that is exceedingly close to PB pace, I think. That's not bad.
It was pretty good for a
not bad,
marathon, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. It took me a disturbingly long time to figure out what the actual RTA of my PB was. Like, when you asked, I was sat there looking at my splits like, why can't I work this out? And then I realized, because I was using sub-splits, it just says at the top.
Whoops.
Yep, love sub-splits, they're great. But yeah, no, that's Saejima's part. The reason why you're not seeing the entirety of Yakuza 5 tonight is because it is 6 hours long. And the bit after this, the character that we play as has 0 fights. And the way to go fast is we skip the entirety of their gameplay.
Yep.
And they still have 40 minutes of walking around. And the weird thing is, they're the only character in this game that has movement tech. So it's important. So, yeah. The pacing of the early game of Yakuza 5 is weird, but then you have cool chapters like this, despite Tsukimino being, like, horrible. And then after that, you have a little bit more niceness in getting to see Baseball Man, as we affectionately call him. And he has some actually really cool combat as well. I started off not liking the guy, but actually, Baseball Man is, like, I think, the most interesting character in the speedrun, in terms of, like, their, like, fighting stuff. Yeah, that's Yakuza 5. That's gonna be me. I was gonna say I'll do a quick plug for GDQ, because GDQ's main event, AGDQ, is going on first week of January. I'm gonna be speedrunning a small indie doujin anime game based on Madoka Magica called Grief Syndrome. It's 3:30 AM on the first night. I haven't done that run properly in 6 years, and I've only practiced it once so far. I'm doing great. Tap, if you'd like to say your goodbyes.
Hi, or I guess bye.
Thank you both so much for being here, for showing off the 40 seconds of Santa in the entire game. Appreciate both of you being here on Christmas and celebrating with us. We do have a lot more games coming up. We've got Grinch Christmas Adventure next. Just a quick reminder before we go. If you would like to support the Games on Quick Hotfix, you can check out the Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. This is our holiday/Christmas special. We're celebrating the holidays with a bunch of Christmas games. I didn't say this at the top of the show. If you know literally any holiday game that isn't a Christmas game that is even remotely speedrunnable, please let me know in Twitch chat, in the YouTube comments. Every year I pray that they've actually made a game about a different, like, winter holiday, and every year I'm disappointed because there's just, like, no games that aren't Christmas themed. I would love to have a non-Christmas game on this, like, these shows. I just can't find any. So if you know any of them, let me know. Anyway, let's just a quick reminder before we get into the show. Games on Quick is hiring. We are looking for new showrunners for 2025. So if you are interested in part-time work with a recurring show, you can go to gamesonquick.com/jobs for more information. With all that said, we have the Grinch Christmas Adventures. I'll hand it over to our runner here. Let him introduce himself.
Hello, I am Taco Sensei. This is not. It's not a game meant to be speedrun. I guess you could say that. But it is a holiday game that you can, in theory, speedrun. So here we are. What should I introduce about this game, if anything?
Great question. It's a game. It's about the Grinch.
Yeah.
I don't think it's based on any of the new movies or anything. I think it's just a standalone, right?
Yeah. There's like throughout the game, there's like the book comes up of like the original Dr. Seuss Grinch book. But the game doesn't really follow that story. It just, the book is there sometimes. It's a lot like, I think, the Lego Movie game I played, and it's a lot like that, where like the story is there, but the story doesn't really have anything to do with what's happening.
Yeah, it's just kind of there, and then you don't pay attention to it ever.
Yeah. Anyway, I can start like immediately because this is going to take forever. So
yeah, whenever you're ready.
If that is fine. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. This is a very slow-paced game, I guess you could say. There's a lot of not, like, things that you wish you could skip and you just can't really skip. There is a fast-forward feature, though, which is kind of nice.
So right off the bat, I noticed it is not in English. I assume it is faster.
Oh, yeah. It's like 3 seconds faster or something. Yeah. I don't really know. The voice acting is still in English, so most of the stuff actually isn't like faster, but specifically the book parts where you skip through the book. Once all the text is shown, you can skip, and there's less text in Chinese, so. Also, by the way, anything that is cool, which, like, there's 3 cool things in this entire game, but anything that's cool was found by myself. So, you know, pat on my back for that. I pretty much, it was me and one other guy spent, like, the first week of this game being out just making a route. And then we both stopped playing until now.
Yeah.
Look around.
Ignore this, you know.
Look around.
There we go.
I feel like part of the reason was like, and obviously, so we kind of talked about this a little bit in the the green room before. All of us were expecting like the Grinch 2000 game is like a game that was made for like 10 to 12-year-olds, which means that it's a game that most people can play because 10 to 12-year-olds, you know, that's like Spyro, that's Crash Bandicoot, like those games are targeted towards 10 to 12-year-olds. So we were expecting a game that was marketed towards that age group, and what we got was a game that was targeted towards a much younger audience.
3 to 5.
Is that? Oh, is it really 3 to 5? I did not realize it was that young.
I don't know that it is, but it feels like it.
Yeah, for
I feel
sure.
like this is a game that my 3-year-old brother would play, who is not 3 years old anymore. But
yeah, this is certainly
this is
a game. Go ahead.
This is the first like trick, sort of, we can bring... Okay, well... We can bring Max up here and hit the button, and then we don't have to walk up the stairs because we're just already up the stairs for some reason. And sometimes the door will just close, and you have to leave and re-enter to open the door. And I have no idea why that happens, and it's really annoying, but it didn't happen there, so that's cool.
Can help you reach the ledge. Nice job, RPG.
But yeah, like, it's just, like, targeted for a much younger audience, and I feel like that's why all of us just kind of, like, you know, this isn't what we were looking for, so, you know.
It's a game.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it needs to be played.
Yeah.
There's moving Max. You can, like, swap between Max and the Grinch. Technically, there's a 2-player option, which would, of course, technically be faster, but, like, there's only 3 people who have played the run, so I don't think there's going to be any multiplayer anytime soon.
Come back to the front. Time to get on your way.
I guess it's cool that they, like, thought of a way to make it playable for, like, multiple people, but also, like...
Oh, wait. I'm supposed to push this.
Weird.
Yeah. The first level is, like, really not interesting because all of our abilities are gone. Because it's the first level.
Yeah.
Not that it gets much more interesting after this, but it does get slightly more interesting. But this level is just very much like an auto-scroll kind of level. There are 8 puzzle pieces in each level, and we get various amounts of them, but we have to get a lot to finish the game. So we get most of them.
Yeah, so...
and the puzzle... Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. You go first.
The puzzle pieces are for the puzzles, and the puzzles give you abilities / nothing, depending on the puzzle. This puzzle gives us the double jump, as you can clearly tell by the picture the puzzle is making. You cannot, but, you know, it's Chinese. It's Chinese, so you can't really tell any other way. The double jump, the candy cane lasso is the next one, and that is after this one. But there's those 2. We have to get another one. I'm not even gonna... Never mind.
So what, what's the goal of each level? Like, do you have to get a certain amount of things to unlock the end of the level, or?
So you basically just have to run to the end of each level. By the way, that was a cool ledge cancel thing right there. You can, like, jump up ledges instead of doing the slow animation with the double jump, which is just convenient. And you can do it under platforms sometimes. But anyway, basically you get to the end of the level, and that's all you need to do. But to play certain levels, you need a certain amount of puzzles completed. So you have to get enough puzzle pieces to complete all the puzzles so that you can play the next level. I think you, like, I want to say 24 puzzle pieces that you don't need out of the, like, 140 something. So you need most of the puzzle pieces, but the only reason that we get the puzzle pieces is because we need to complete a certain amount of puzzles.
Gotcha.
But technically, you only have to play, like, just to get to the end of the level for each level.
And the presents, I assume they're just there.
The presents are just like a, you know, completion thing that if you want to go get all the presents, you can. Which, by the way, I did. But, like... Oh, also, here, you can jump into the pipe while the text is playing, but I did not make the jump, so... That was one less cool thing that you will see.
Unfortunate. The puzzle pieces. So, in the 2000 game, the blueprints, like the things you have to collect, are always the same piece. Is the puzzle pieces in here? Is it just like when you pick one up, it's automatically the next puzzle piece, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like the blueprints were. It's not. You don't. There's a specific game that I'm thinking of, but I can't really remember which one it is. There's one game that does them exactly like this. Like a specific game that I'm thinking of, but I don't know what it is. But basically, it doesn't matter which puzzle piece you get; it can go in any puzzle, which doesn't make sense, but you can do that.
It is not how puzzles work, but you know.
It is not how puzzles work. We are now doing the second puzzle. By the way, on console, puzzles are extremely slow. If you play on a computer, you can just mouse and move the puzzle pieces. But on console, it's slow as heck. And also, if you stop moving the cursor for any reason, it completely like zeroes momentum and it has terrible acceleration. So it's just really slow. I don't know why it's so slow. Like, it doesn't make sense. When I was playing on the PlayStation, you could use like the little trackpad thing, and that was like slightly faster. Not that much faster, but it was faster. And there was that, but I only have it's on the Switch this time. So.
Before you keep going, before one step more. What's that? It's a
Oh, which sort of brings up another topic, which is probably not really worth mentioning, but the like only really cool trick is a hyperspeed trick, and it's only possible, I believe, on 60 FPS. And the only thing that I have found that runs the game at 60 FPS is the PlayStation 5. So you basically can't ever do that trick, and it's one of those hyperspeed tricks that doesn't really like it's very hard to control and is kind of like it needs very specific criteria to work, and those criteria just aren't available most of the time.
What does Switch run it at? 30?
Oh, probably. But for some reason, there's no like frame rate choosing option on PC, so it just runs at 30 on PC for absolutely no reason.
Run at 30 on PC.
I know, like what?
In case anybody is wondering, this is like 2023 game. Like,
It literally came out last year.
yeah.
I feel like the only reason that it runs at 30 FPS on PS5 is because there would be no reason to make like a PS5 version other than frame rate.
complete. Use the rope
I don't know.
through my feet.
It's weird. It's really weird.
Chat said, if I remember correctly, it's how Jiggies work in Banjo-Kazooie. Might be that. Talking about the puzzle pieces.
Oh, actually, yes. I think that is exactly what I was thinking of. By the way, is it okay if I like turn the game audio down for a second? Because I'm not sure how that works on the.
If you need to turn it down on your end, go for it. We'll
Okay,
adjust
that's
as needed.
unfortunate.
No. You can turn it down if you need to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you need to turn it down, go for it. We'll adjust as needed.
Okay. 1 second. There we go. Okay. I only realized very late that, where is Max?
Max fell
wait.
somewhere.
Yeah, I don't like when this happens. This was a really bad time to do that, I'm not gonna lie.
It happens.
Sorry, I could not hear anything over the game. I should have sorted that out way a long time ago, but I did not.
I mean, I could have talked louder, but I don't think anybody else wants that.
I'm trying to think of things to say, but it's just it's literally trotting through the levels, and that's the game. basically all of this game is just remembering where stuff is and what to do where. Like, there I need to remember to fall down, which I did. But other than that, there's like... I don't know, I feel like this... I don't know. Maybe it will make more sense. Now, what am I talking about? I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore.
Yeah, I definitely...
When the next...
Go ahead.
When the next cool thing shows up, I'll probably mention it, but other than that, you can just say whatever you want, because there's nothing to commentate on.
Yeah, I feel like... I mean, I don't want to, like... Obviously, it's very clearly made for children, so, like a very young audience, so, like... Yeah, you have to keep that in mind, but, like, I feel like it was very much a, like... Oh, you know, 3 to 5 year olds or whatever, if we just give them something to do for 4 hours, they won't notice that they're doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just amazed that they released the game as is. Like, I feel like they didn't have anyone playtest this game.
Yeah, I mentioned it beforehand, but I did not pick this game up. I saw it and I went, I'm gonna stick with my 2000 version.
Yeah, that game is so good, by the way.
It is a very...
I love that game.
Don't want to... I'm not biased or anything, but yeah, it is a very good game. I'm not saying I was hoping for something similar to that with this game, but...
I don't know really what I was expecting with this game, but I was not expecting it to be this bad, regardless of what it was.
So when, like, from all the things they were teasing, it really looked like a Metroidvania, like...
Yeah, it did. But,
so that's what I was expecting.
It was not. It was not. I thought it would have, like, a cutesy art style. I thought it would be cool. That's... okay. Did I miss something? Oh, no, CCL did. Okay.
The air's getting cold. The wind's getting blowy.
So somebody asked a great question. What's the actual plot here? Like, I mean, obviously it's the Grinch, we're stealing Christmas, but does the game talk about that at all, or?
Basically the only plot is you're going down Mount Crumpet to steal everything. Oh, this is a cool trick, even though it's technically... Okay, this trick loses time, but it was one of the first tricks that I found, and it's fun, so I like to do it. But you can clip through that rock, and then you can just go above everything instead, which loses like 1.5 seconds, but it's cool, so I do it anyway.
This is actually pretty cool you can do that. It's unfortunate it loses time, though.
Yeah. If you have, there's an ability that you get later that is, you can save time with it, but because momentum sucks, I guess, is the only way to say it, it loses time. Because if you could run across everything normally, it would be fine, but because every single time that the Grinch lands from a jump, he zeroes his momentum,
yeah,
it's bad. Especially because the alternative is using your candy cane lasso, which is one of the fastest methods of movement in the game. So, oh, here's another skip here. We can go... Normally we would have to go in the background in a second, but we can go up here and swing on this for a minute. I'll get up eventually, don't worry. It's not that hard. Normally you just swing twice and you're fine, but... There we go. Then we can get up here and walk across these things. And we just completely skip the background section, which I think that's the only place that you can do that. I remember there was another place that I was trying to do it with my little rocket ability, which I don't have yet. But it didn't work, and you can't have the rocket ability at that point, so it didn't matter anyway. Oh. You can actually have good momentum on these platforms, because you can, like, do your... It looks fast, but I guess I'm just not used to being fast, so I die when I go fast.
If you got something,
sorry.
If you got something,
I have nothing to say.
Excellent. I don't know why I didn't pick up on this earlier, but why are they gingerbread cookies? Why aren't they Who's?
Well, they're Who's later, but for some reason, so this is like the caves area. That's what it's called. And that is the last of the like caves levels, by the way. There's 3 like worlds, I guess.
Okay.
And that's the last of that one. There's also a snowboarding level at the end of each world, which there's literally no reason for that, but it's there, so that's cool.
This is not the Dreamcast version. Sorry. Sorry, chat.
The enemies, and I guess it's just the enemies, because nothing really... Anything that hurts the Grinch is literally, its AI is copy-pasted, and it's made something else in the later levels. But, like, there's basically 2 versions of every single object for no reason. But, like, there's spiders, and the spiders later turn into socks. There is cookies who turn into Who's. I don't know why they're cookies. It's a really good question, because I don't know when in the Grinch gingerbread cookies were, like, ever a thing.
So,
irregardless of whether or not they're alive. But yeah. Sorry.
Chat, you'll have to help us on this one, because I believe neither of us have seen a Grinch movie past the Jim Carrey movie. But yeah, it's gingerbread cookies weren't really a thing in the first 2 Grinch movies. I guess it's a 40-minute? So I guess that's just a TV show. I don't know what you would call the original, but...
I don't know what you would call it either. I just call it The Grinch.
Yeah, I'm gonna call them both movies.
We think of it as a movie, but I don't know if you would actually call it a movie. These levels are literally auto-scrollers. And there's still 8 puzzle pieces in them, so we have to get all the 8 puzzle pieces.
Oh no! And if you can't go backwards, so if you miss one, you have to replay it.
If you miss one, you die, because dying is way faster than resetting. Because if you reset, then you have to read the book again. But I don't usually miss them. I've missed them enough times that like I try not to anymore. They're not terribly long, but I do know that Cyan's in his PB that he had before he got the record, which by the way is still the current record 12 months later, even though it's not optimized at all, just because there's no one playing it to beat it. But he did on one of these levels mess up and just straight up lost 40 seconds for missing a single puzzle piece. Okay, I think this one has something. Let me think. Maybe not. I have no notes of anything interesting at the beginning of this level. This is the first level that we, like, enter houses, really. And houses are like kind of the bane of this speedrun because you just have to know it's like basically just rooms connected to each other, and you just have to know which way to go and how many puzzle pieces are in the house, which is why I have notes. I feel like if that wasn't a problem, I would just run through the levels. But it's a problem. It's a big problem. Oh, by the way, I did the puzzle to get more health. I should probably mention that. Having more health is useful, but not really necessary. Like, in terms of necessity, but you do have to do the puzzle anyways to complete the game, so we usually just get more health when we can. Also, there's a floating grass patch there, which I only recently noticed.
All right, so chat has said they are not a thing in the 2018 version. Also, I swear there was two Grinch movies since the Jim Carrey one, but I am wrong.
I thought there was a second one, but I guess it was like just... I feel like it was at least teased that there was going to be one.
Maybe it's a cartoon. I'm gonna, you know what? You bring up a great point. Now that somebody else has confirmed that they also thought, I'm gonna keep looking.
Right.
But,
puzzle piece. Puzzle piece. Oh, sorry, I'm not saying something. I'm just saying in my head the locations of the puzzle pieces, because the houses are confusing.
Because I swear. Go ahead. No, you go.
Entering a house resets your HP, and so does leaving it, which is the only reason that getting health kind of doesn't matter, because in the later levels there's a lot of houses.
That's weird that they do that.
It is, and there's no other way to get more health other than dying, so that's also weird.
So, can you just abuse that by entering a house you've only been in?
Oh yeah.
That's very weird.
I almost died, but I didn't. There's a lot. Remembering where it's a fall and where it's a platform is kind of one of the worst parts of learning this game. Can I go right? Right, puzzle piece down, max, leave. Go down here, we send Max in here, he gets this one, and we leave. It's too confusing, I swear. There's 20 houses in this game, and they all have a different layout. I was gonna say there's a cool thing coming up, and then I remembered that I'm still on the first level, and I'm not on the second one yet. But I am done the first one now. Also, I would love to tell you that the levels get faster as we go on, but they get much slower. So I cannot say that.
Alright, so... I guess I'm misremembering. There's something else that made us both think there was another one. Because I swear there was one between the Jim Carrey movie and the Benedict Cumberbatch one.
Oh, yeah.
But I can't find anything between those two. What I did learn is that there is a Christmas slasher film based on The Grinch that came out in 2022.
I don't even know what that is.
I've never heard of this in my life until just now.
Interesting.
I guess there's that. Not what I was thinking of, though.
I could have sworn there was like literally a movie called Grinch 2, but my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know what Mandela effect we're getting, but I swear there was something between the first, like the Jim Carrey one and the Benedict Cumberbatch one. Maybe they like talked about it and then didn't put it out for a few years, and then when it came out, I was like, oh, this is another one. I don't know.
Oh, that actually makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
That's the only logical explanation I have.
Oh, coming up is one of the only like memorable houses in the entire game. There's a puzzle piece on the first floor, and then you go up because there's only one place to go. And then there's a puzzle piece on that floor, and then you go up because that's the only way to go. And then there's a puzzle piece on that floor. The only
Go ahead.
The only problem with this house is that it's hard to remember where it is. So
Yeah.
It doesn't help very much.
Yeah, so chat, the Grinch-based slasher movie is called The Mean One, which is a little on the nose. And for the Halloween cartoon, you are referring to Halloween is Grinch Night, a wonderful, I want to say 1977 direct-to-DVD Halloween movie, which I can quote more than I should be able to quote.
I don't think I know that.
It is...
It sounds like something that I would know, but I don't know that I do.
It is pretty alright. The thing that is most memorable to anybody who saw it as a kid is there is a very psychedelic moment that is very terrifying if you are a small child. And then as you grow older, you're like, this is whatever. But like as a you know, like 3 to 6 year old watching that movie, it's very, very unnerving.
Man, I feel like there were a lot of Dr. Seuss films that had like that weird type of thing.
Yeah, especially in the 60s and 70s. It's Grinch time.
What is that from?
I think it's just a play off of It's Morbin Time.
Oh, okay, because I feel like I've heard that.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I probably didn't, but... Also, I hate these puzzles. They take so much effort. Because, like, the puzzle part doesn't take effort, but, like, keeping the controller moving and knowing where to put it immediately upon seeing it. It takes way too much thought.
Oh, I didn't practice the puzzle pieces for Grinch. Oh, no.
The blueprints?
Yeah, I know my muscle memory is good for the submarine.
Oh, no.
I might lose 30 seconds to that, y'all. Whoops.
Oh, this is, I think, one of the 3 cool tricks in this level. I could be wrong. This is Country 3. This is it. Okay, so basically you can warp Max to random places sometimes when he's off screen. And this is the only place that, like, it has utility. Max, if you watch Max throughout this, he jumps around crazily. He does some weird things, but most of it is not useful.
Somebody in chat said, just for fun without anyone looking at it, how long was the poll in the Grinch song? I want to say it's 39 and a half, but...
It is.
Excellent. Nobody's gonna call me a fake Grinch fan now.
And that was the max warp right there. You would
Pretty
normally walk all the way over there, but you don't have to. It is pretty cool. I really wish there was more pretty cool stuff.
Yeah.
It's fun that I found all of it. Like, that makes it a lot more fun for me. But in terms of a, like, watching it perspective, I don't know if it's worth. Also, I hate how hard this game is without, like, looking hard at all. There's too much, like, brain power goes into playing this game for it to just be the game that it is.
Yeah, like, when you're trying to go fast, like, even stuff like this suddenly becomes, like, 10 times harder.
I just have to remember where everything is. Also, I don't know why, but the Grinch has gotten stuck on that specific set of stairs for the second time now, I guess, going up those stairs. Oh, wait, right. Also, I have my notes, but I'm just forgetting to read them because then I have to look over and just stare at them, which kind of is a problem.
That is, like, every speedrunner in the world. Like, I've definitely, like, been doing runs. I'm like, I've got notes, I'm just not reading them. Like, they're over there, and my game's over here. Like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah. I could have, I suppose, no, I really couldn't have. I was working, like, every day until yesterday. It's, like, since you asked me. And so I spent, like, an hour every morning writing down what, like, I was watching Doug's and Cyan's runs. And I just wrote down everything they did.
Sometimes that's what you gotta do.
Yeah, but I only actually got to running it yesterday. And then when I was running it, I realized that my notes, I had a full page for each, like, stage. And
Oh, wow.
that you can't, it's completely useless. It was so impossible to read it. I would literally pause at, like, every, oh, great. It didn't work. It didn't work. So I had to rewrite my notes. About an hour ago, I did that. And so now I'm just kind of doing my best. We do not go left here. But, like, all the time, oh, well. You have to worry about hitting enemies. And by the way, enemy hitboxes don't really make sense in this game either. Sometimes you don't touch them. Sometimes they kill you. Sometimes you jump on their head without really being over them. But it's kind of... It's kind of scary. It gets less scary the more health that you have, but it's kind of scary. Normally Max shows up faster than that, but I don't know why he didn't. See, like there. Why did I not jump on his head? No one can tell me because it doesn't make sense.
I feel like wonky hitboxes are just like a staple in Grinch games at this point.
Yeah. Is it up here? Yes. Okay, I know where I am. I don't think I can escape though, and that sucks. Oh, nice. Being there on 0 health is kind of scary because you have no movement options other than running, and you can't even run indoors. So it's just scary. I don't know. There's just nothing to be done. You just lose. That puzzle piece can probably be replaced with a faster puzzle piece, if I'm being honest. But, oh, I go down here. I forgot. The routing, we did it all in like a week and a half. And we never played the game afterwards because we were both burnt out. So, it's kind of still in its beta stage. Which is crazy because it's been 12 months.
Look, I'll tell you what. If you can find a way to cut the runtime in half, I'll pick the game up.
Oh, of course there was spikes right there. There was floor until I landed. Oh, never mind. I forgot that I was where I was. I have to go up anyway.
I feel like that's one of the big things about games like this is like you have to memorize each stage so perfectly.
Yeah, everything. And everything looks the same too, because they only have like 7 objects in the entire game.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't go here yet. I go down first, I think. Uh-oh. We're fine.
Wait, why are the gingerbread? Why are they back?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Don't worry about it. We're not in Whoville yet, so I guess there's like they're coexisting. I don't know. Also, I feel like this level is the one exception to when you have all 8 puzzle pieces, you're close to the end. Because you have to wait for these platforms for so long. But we're done now. And now I get the jetpack, so I can actually do something, I guess. It doesn't really speed things up that much, but it's the final thing that I get, so it feels like progress. Also, these puzzles get so big. It sucks so much.
Yeah, I feel like I saw the last one and it's like a 5x5 or something.
It's bad. We don't do the last one in this one, which is great. I'm pretty sure the biggest ones we do are 16, I think. Either 16 or I don't think it's 12. But
you're on 12 right now. So.
Yeah, I think the next one is 16. I could be wrong. I have no idea. Actually, no, I think those are the last 2 that we do.
Even
I just
better.
don't have the pieces for that one. Maybe I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, I can use my jetpack here. I always forget. Or I can not. Okay, so for some reason, this is just like another kind of weird thing that this game has. Can I get up, please? Thank you. The jetpack has like a partial charge if you don't hold it for like the half a second that you have to hold it for, which isn't like, it's not long. It's like just long enough for it to appear on your back. But if you don't do it that full time, then it like only makes you go. I think it's higher than a jump, but like barely.
I feel like they mimicked the functionality of
what was that? I don't even remember what it was called.
I want to call it I think it's the rocket spring. I shouldn't know what it's called, but
yeah. Oh, I'm not supposed to go in this. It's fine.
I definitely just call it the rocket jump, which is not what it's called. I think it's the rocket spring.
Oh, I actually skipped one of the cool things that I was supposed to do that saves time.
Really?
But oh well. I do one later anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. I think it was the rocket spring. Man, I'm thinking about that game now, and I just really wish I was playing that game instead.
Well, that's... I mean, I understand why, but it is not a good sign of a game. It is apparently called the rocket spring, according to Google.
That's epic. Oh, there's a place here that I have to remember to fall and press the candy cane lasso, or else I lose. Which is... I don't know why I say it that way. I die. It's not that big of a deal. But it's just very easy to forget. And, I'm supposed to... Oh, I missed. It's very easy to forget, and I have died there many times.
I think you mentioned it earlier. What happens if you die? You just respawn a few feet back?
Yeah, you respawn at your last checkpoint or the last place that you entered an area from, or entered, I guess.
I'm not really seeing a lives counter, so I assume there is no lives.
There is no lives.
Excellent.
I don't know if I go down here or not. I completely forget. I do.
So anybody who has shown up since we talked about it earlier in the run, this game, it is a game. I think collectively, without ever talking to each other about it, the speedrun community and anybody else who was interested in picking it up, i.e. me, we kind of looked at it and realized that we were expecting a game that was made for 10 to 12 year olds, because Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, all those kinds of games were made for 10 to 12 year olds, and instead this game was made for 3 to 5 year olds, and that comes with a lot of things that change. So a game that a 3 to a 5 year old can play is a lot different than a game that a 10 to 12 year old can play. So yeah, you kind of get what you get here.
Oh, by the way, I never mentioned this, but it's probably something that should be said. This game, you can think of it in two ways. You can think of it as it has infinite coyote frames, or you can say that it has no coyote frames at all. You can do, when you have the double jump, you can do your first, you can do 2 jumps in the air if you don't jump off the ground. If you just fall.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the double jump, there are no coyote frames at all.
That's really strange.
It's very strange.
But
I really don't know why.
If you walk off a ledge, you can, with double jump, you can jump twice in the air.
Yeah.
Why? But... So presumably you should be able to do it with 1. I don't...
But you can't.
That's a weird flag that's set somewhere in the logic.
It is really weird. I think it's just one of those, for 5-year-olds things that they just put in the game because they're like, well, we want to make the game easier, and they were just, they didn't really. I feel like they just didn't think about the actual implication of the thing that they're adding.
Yeah.
There was that puzzle piece you can miss at the beginning, and there's another one at the end that I have to stay to the left to get. But those are the only two notable hard to get puzzle pieces, or easy to miss puzzle pieces on these levels. And this is the second one, and there's only 2 technically. There is the last level is sort of this way, but it's just an auto-scroller completely where you don't actually have to do anything the entire level. So I don't really count it. What riveting gameplay. Okay, Whoville 1. Oh, this one is interesting. It's interesting finally. Okay. This is the final tech that we actually were able to implement. I called it internet skips because it's the little old internet the things that you put on your roof, the wire things.
Yes.
They have those things for some reason in Whoville. I think it's not really meant to be internet, it's just meant to be wires. But you can do a specific jump to get where you can grab onto the top of them because for some reason they have square collision for no reason. But it's sort of it feels like an invisible wall, but it has a top, and you can just grab the top.
Interesting.
It doesn't have you can't stand on the top, but you can grab the top, and so we can get up and we can jump over it, and there is a single location where that is useful. There is another location where it would be useful, but for whatever reason, you can't do it there.
Of course.
That's another thing to mention. There are is this the exit? I don't remember. Yeah, this is the exit. There are so many times. So some of these puzzle pieces, like this one, I can't collect without going under the table. But under most tables, actually, you can collect them by just walking up to the side. But there's no consistency in the placement of stuff. They just manually placed all of the objects in this game, which I guess that makes it feel like they put more effort into this game than I was originally thinking. But I kind of feel like they just didn't actually know how to make a game, and that's kind of why they did it that way.
Yeah, maybe they just ran out of time and had to push the game without making sure everything was. Yeah. I know that happens a lot.
That was my original thought. Was because it looks like they wanted to put a lot of care into it, but they just got past the initial building it part and were well, let's release it now.
Yeah. Yeah, because the ununiform puzzle pieces makes me like you said, it's it can't be a copy paste. So they manually placed them, which
it's they made the engine, but they made the engine, but they didn't like have time to make the game.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why, but running through those, they're called jingly balls, by the way, in case you were, interested to know the lore of that. But running through those just always works for no reason. It doesn't work sometimes, like it doesn't actually always work, but it works more than you would think it would.
It works more than it should.
Yeah. I'm just kind of hoping that I'm not missing stuff at this point. I haven't actually looked at my notes in a long time. Oh, I'm not even on the right page, I don't think.
I cannot tell you how many times that's happened to me, where I'm like, I need my notes. Where the hell am I? This is like 4 hours ago. It's not like like 40 minutes ago. I don't run anything long
It
enough
feels
for
like
that,
4
but
hours ago.
yeah, in this game for sure.
I was gonna say the longest thing I ran was SMO, but I think the longest thing I ran was this game.
Yeah, SMO 80%'s like 50 now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's like 54 or something crazy. What is this saying? My notes say... Oh, okay, no, I think... Yeah, it's here.
5601. This is SMO 80%.
So here we can grab that, like, literally nothing, and jump down here. That's probably the coolest thing that you will see in this game. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, I'm not even gonna lie.
That is actually pretty cool.
I just wish we could do it in more locations. I'll point out the location that it would be useful when we get there, but I think that's in the second level. Then we just wait here. And this is the end of the level. The level end places like change a lot. Like they were super consistent at the beginning where they're always like a cave to leave. And then as you go on, it just becomes less and less clear what is an exit. Also, we can do another heart puzzle at this point, so we do that, or at least I do. Everything in this puzzle is the same color, which sucks a lot.
Yeah.
Because the color is dark, which is a really bad color. Now we get the bigger puzzles, which suck more. It's kind of funny because like when I first was like playing the game, I was like, oh well, the puzzles will be, easy at least, but they're just not. Even though they're a kids game puzzle, trying to do them fast is still hard.
Yeah, as soon as you try to do things fast, you realize, like, wow, this is actually really hard. Because, like, you need to grab every... Like, theoretically, optimal is, like, pick up piece, go straight to where it goes perfectly. And, like, that just doesn't happen.
And not only that, but you have to do it in the right order. Because, especially on console, it matters how far you have to go to the piece. So you need to do the ones that are closer together and lead to the next piece first. But they're random. So you have to, like, on the fly think, oh, this one goes here, this one goes here. That's why, like, I always try and do... oh, that's the place that we should internet skip, but we can't, by the way.
Oh.
I always do one that's on the far side last, like I save it, because it takes more time to go all the way back, basically. And it takes a lot more time because it's console and it's slow as heck.
Yeah.
Oh, we go this way first. Also, like, all of the objects are super movable except that type of stool. I don't know why, but that type of stool has, like, so much mass in something. It's impossible to move that stool. I don't know where I am. Oh, I know exactly where I am.
You're in Whoville. That's what I can help you with.
Use the jetpack.
I do find it funny that, like, it took us, like, 50-ish minutes to get to Whoville.
Yeah.
Like,
It's pretty bad. I am not sure if I will get under the estimate or not. I was thinking, like, oh, 20 minutes, that was like I just started playing the game time. Because it was. But I kind of forgot that that was also my best time.
that's all good.
I don't know how much is left. My split for this level is 109, so if I get there before 109...
That means you're on world record pace.
No. No, it does not. I do not have the world record, unfortunately. And I would be using cyan splits, but when I tried to go download them, it just said download failed, like 3 times in a row. So I couldn't for some reason. I've never had that happen before, so I don't know why it did that, but they're secret splits. No one can have them.
Splits away. Huh. Worked for me.
Oh, well, that's nice. Do you want to send me the file?
Yeah, here, let me DM you in Discord.
It was kind of crazy. I was watching Cyan's run and also Doug's run, and they both have like 2 or 3 minutes of just time loss in them. Like they're not extremely optimal, which for some reason I thought they would be, because my extremely optimal quotation marks runs were 29, like 129 instead of 103. And so I was like, whoa, they're so optimized. But apparently I just died a lot.
Or the Christmas ball will crush you.
Okay, I got crushed by the Christmas ball. Also, this is one of my favorite like voice lines in the game. It's just such a random thing to hear a Grinch narrator say. Oh, I missed. Oh, great. I do stuff like that a lot. Nope. Okay.
right, so now that we're in
Basically,
Whoville, go ahead.
No, go.
Now that we're in
It's
Whoville,
not-
I have to ask. So, like, back when we were in the caves or whatever, it was kind of like, yeah, I know the answer, but, like, I'm not going to ask. But now that we're in Whoville, what the hell is going on with this architecture, the roadways? How can people navigate Whoville like this? They have to, like, jump up platforms and these bridges. Like, what's going on here?
There's actually a lot of, like, out of bounds looking around that is possible. It's not useful, so we don't do it. But possible. And, like, all of Whoville is just, like, snowy hills. And when it's not snowy hills, is on the road. And the road is either road or spikes.
Yeah. Yeah, why are there spikes in Whoville?
Everything else is flat, but then there's just spikes there's holes in the middle of the road, and they put spikes there. It makes zero sense.
There's, like, ornaments, like, swinging, like, wrecking balls, like... Where's OSHA when you need them? Whoville is not OSHA compliant, is all I'm saying.
It is not. It is definitely not. Okay, I need to look at my notes now. These are the levels that have, like, 7 houses in them. I think we're on 3? Are we on 3 or are we on 2? We're on 3. Okay. Seesaw. Hello? Oh, I didn't scroll back to the Grinch.
Use the jetpack.
Oh. Sorry, narrator.
Use the jetpack.
The cycles in this game are just really bad. Literally everything lines up to be
In the
like
worst
difficult
possible.
to do fast. And the worst part is all the platforms and like objects that move consistently. So like the swinging wrecking ball ornaments things.
Yeah.
Those all are on a global timer. But
Sure.
the enemies are on a local, like, they only start moving when you get close enough. And so everything gets out of sync super easily if you do not go in the perfect same time every time timing, I guess.
Yeah. That's... I mean, like, very unfortunate for a speedrun. Like...
I just found it weird. Like, it doesn't even make sense. I don't understand why. I guess it sort of makes sense. Because they're objects in the... I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Where am I going?
I have to imagine
Oh, I missed one.
that it's something to do with they don't load in until you're near or something.
Yeah.
So, like...
Yeah, I guess they are, like, a dynamic object. They're not really...
Yeah, so, like,
They can't really be attached to the stage.
That's my only guess, is, like, they're... Because, like, these things, presumably, like you said, they're on a global timer to make sure that they, like, don't go out of whack. Because if they were all local timers, then, like, you might run into a scenario where it's literally impossible to pass because they're all off whack. So
yeah,
they have to do...
Yeah.
So they have to run those on a global timer. But, like, for enemies, there's not really a point in having... I don't know, say there's like 100 enemies spawned, but like you don't really want to have 100 enemies spawned all at once, so you just spawn it in whenever the Grinch is within a certain area, and then that's why they're on a local, which throws it off whack, sorta, but like also if this is supposed to run on like
Switch.
a Switch, yeah, exactly. Like you need it to, you need to do that somehow. That's my guess.
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm only supposed to get 6 in this level. I forgot. Oh, actually, no. I am supposed to get that one. Thank goodness I forgot. I changed up the route last minute, and I didn't update the splits. So when I'm looking at my splits, they say one thing, but that's not actually what I'm trying to get.
Ha! Use the jetpack. Ha!
Ow. Okay, 2 more levels. We're almost there.
You'll finish underestimate.
Yeah,
plenty of
I think I
time.
will. I think maybe you shouldn't have said that though, because
You're probably right. I probably should not have said that. I just realized that I am a commentator, and
Yeah.
what I've done is I have cursed you.
it's fine.
So the commentator curse isn't real.
Karma doesn't exist. What do you mean?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. First house. Right, puzzle piece. Right, leave. See, that's an easy house. Oh yeah, in the final level, there is a house with I'm gonna wait till the loading screen, but a lot. I don't even know how many that is. Right puzzle piece, left, puzzle piece, left, up, left, puzzle piece, right, up, puzzle piece, down, left, exit. That sounds like a terrible house.
That's
I don't care. I don't care if you don't know like anything about what I'm talking about. That does not sound like a fun house.
All right. So I've been harping on the gingerbread cookies for a while. Why are there like every time I think about this, I just like, oh, I'll bring it up the next time, and then I never do. Why are there like nutcrackers running around? Like, what's up with that?
Oh, I don't know. They're just there. They don't even have. It would kind of make sense if they had like the wind-up thing in their back, because in the animation, he plays around with those. So it's like, oh, we're referencing the anime. Okay, great. That's like, I feel like this is the most time you can lose in a normal stage is dying here, and I've just done it twice. Also, those Christmas trees that are just there, the like golden Christmas trees,
yeah,
they attack you, and I don't know why.
What? I didn't realize that was it attacking you. I thought that was just like an idle animation.
Well, it's sort of so. Oh, jetpack. I was like, how do I get across this? The way that you're supposed to get past them is you like go up to them and then they fall over on top of you and do damage to you. But if you like walk away, then they when they're down, you can jump on them. And so like that's how you're supposed to beat them. But like, first of all, their hitbox makes no sense. So when you do that, like roughly 20% of the time, you just get hit anyway, and they don't die, which, you know, isn't really what you're wanting out of that situation.
Yeah.
But also, it takes forever for them to fall over, and you can just run through them. So that's what we do in the speedrun. We never kill a Christmas tree in any percent.
Which isn't very Grinch-like.
It's really not. It's really not. but I do kind of understand why they didn't give us a flamethrower. Being that it's a game for 5-year-olds.
No, I mean, flamethrowers make everything better, right?
I mean, it was cool in the movie. That was one of my favorite parts of the movie. That was awesome.
Unfortunately, they did not carry that over into the game.
Unfortunate. Right, puzzle piece, down, puzzle piece, puzzle piece. That's very easy. Well, if I can get past this table. Also, I do apologize for just, like, stopping and reading every once in a while, but I kind of have to.
Yeah.
There's too much. I haven't played it too long, and there's just too much to remember.
Yeah, for anybody who has missed us talking about it, pretty much everybody who runs this game played it for like 2 weeks and then hasn't touched it since. And yeah, so when I asked, the answer was like, I haven't played it in a year, and I was like, yeah, and are you sure? Pretty please.
Okay, don't land there. There's one place that I keep getting confused with there, where you just can land on the edge of... Like, it's still a hazard. There's spikes there, but you can just land there for some reason. And I keep thinking that that's this place, but it's not this place.
Use your jetpack.
I'm not supposed to fall down here. But I did. I think I've done that every single run that I've had. See, like there's literally a cliff, and you have two options. You can run off the cliff, or you can wait. And usually you don't want to wait. But in very specific scenarios, waiting is what you have to do.
Yep.
Also, I cannot believe that I just died there. I waited, and I still died. There we go. I wasn't worried. Oh, by the way, the musical notes are just an enemy. They introduce them, and they're like, oh, it's a musical note. Better not get touched by the music, or... I don't remember the lore at all. But I just found it really weird that they have...
I mean,
have nutcrackers.
As much as I would love to harp on that, I cannot.
They have nutcrackers.
Playing the Grinch, the 2000 Grinch game. It's kind of music notes that are. Yeah.
Whoa.
You know what? I agree, chat. Maybe the Who should spend less on roast beast and more on filling in all the spike bits. Because this is ridiculous.
Above trampolines.
Hello, everybody. Sorry about those that small technical difficulties, but we're back and we're gonna get right back into it. Whenever you're ready.
3, 2, 1, go. I do apologize. I am not used to having Wi-Fi that works at all, so...
That's fair.
I feel like there's a puzzle piece there. I frequently miss this one.
I want you to picture something. It's winter. It's like I can't do conversion in my head. Whatever 20 degrees Celsius is, that's like probably 10 or something. It's real cold out. You walk out your front door, and then a little mattress with a little helicopter blade underneath it comes towards you, and that's how you get it out of your house. Like, I'll tell you what, if that's how I had to get out of my house every day, sorry, boss, I'm not coming into work today. I just can't make it. Like, sorry. I'm not taking a running start at the mattress helicopter today. Too cold out. -20 is -4 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I was only off by like 14 degrees. That's not important or anything.
I'm Canadian, so I use Celsius too. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
I don't know Fahrenheit either.
I know that -40 is the same in both.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'm sure there is another number, but it's got to be like some... no, actually, that's not how that would work. But yeah, -40 is the same in both because that's how the conversion works somehow. And
that's interesting.
Which isn't really relevant because if it's -40, you don't need to know what temperature it is. You need to get back inside. You need to go somewhere warm.
-40 sometimes. You do kind of need to stay inside those days, though.
I have only had, I think we had -42 degree weather here, literally one time in the, like, in that I can remember in my life, like maybe when I was like 4 or something, but I wouldn't remember that. We had it one time, and I walked out. It also happened to be a giant snowstorm. So I walked out, I was like, I need to shovel like 5 feet of snow to make it to work today. I'm sick today, y'all. They're like, you're not really sick, it's just the snowstorm. I was like, Ed, doesn't really matter.
Why are you even open? Why are you even open when the snowstorm is here? Everyone should get a sick day.
Correct. I did not ask that question because at the time I needed the job and didn't want to be fired, but like, yeah, that thought crossed my mind. Is like, why did you even pick up the phone? Why are you at work today? You're the boss. You could have stayed. You could have just not opened. Because like, what customers are you getting when it's -40? If it's -40, if it is not going to save my life, I am not leaving the house for it. Like...
I don't think it would ever save your life. It might make you lose it, but I don't think it would save it.
Like, unless there is some medicine or something I need to get, like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, that is what I'm leaving the house for. Or, like, a hospital trip or something. Otherwise, there's crackers in the pantry. There's water from the tap. I'll be fine for a day. Like, I am not going out.
By the way, I think we're on the final level. Yeah, we are. That's awesome.
So somebody in chat said people will go to the store in the worst conditions because we were bored. Thankfully, I do not get that bored ever in my life.
I know that when the power goes out, sometimes people will go to a restaurant because they can't cook food.
Sure.
But I mean, we had a wood stove, so I wasn't about to go to the store for any reason. But I guess I see that.
If it is a restaurant, I understand. Still sucks for anybody working there, but like I can get that.
It does.
Yeah. But like, yeah, going to like any type of like grocery store or something, like I guess
Yeah.
a grocery store might have like crackers or something, but I was not working at a grocery store. I was working at I'm trying to explain it to people who don't know what a Canadian Tire is. It's kind of like a Home Depot. Yeah.
It's Canadian Tire.
Yeah, it's like
It's a hardware store, but like
hardware
general
slash
hardware
automobile.
store.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. General hardware slash automotive store. Like, you don't really need that. Like, if your car's not starting in negative 40-degree weather, it's because it's negative 40 and your car's not supposed to run. You can't buy anything that'll fix it. I'm sorry.
Oh, this is the complicated house. Here we go. Upright puzzle piece. Left. Puzzle piece. Right up. Puzzle piece. Uh-oh.
This house looks miserable. Oh my God.
No, this is the wrong way.
Oh no.
Is it? I think I put the wrong letter, actually. I think I said left when I meant right. Then we go right? No, then we go left. Oh, no, we do go right. I don't know why my notes say it that way. What am I looking at? Help.
I wish I could.
Oh, okay. I think I just wrote it backwards. I think I
that
put
makes
right
less
for
sense.
left, and then left for right. Okay. Yes. Okay, we have all the puzzle pieces. We're good. I'm throwing my notes away. I don't need them anymore.
Get this out of here. Somebody
They've been sitting on my leg for the whole time.
Oh wow! Get this out of here for the next like 7 minutes.
Oh, that you can land on the ground sometimes. By the way, sometimes it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, that was
Fun fact.
I did not understand what's going on there for a second. That's weird.
You were saying?
Somebody asked, would you rather work for a boss that stayed home and told you to come in, or one that it was in? Like, yeah, you're right. Like, they came in and they wanted me to come in. Like, I'd rather them be in if they want me to be in. But also just, like, close the store. It's like, we're automotive and hardware. Like, it's negative 40 and a snowstorm. Again, negative 40, like, 5 feet of snow. Like, just close. Nobody's coming in today. Like...
I thought this was a different place. Oh gosh.
Okay, so and here's the other thing. Like, yes, we're in Canada, but Canada's not prepared for 5 feet of snow. Like,
I mean, you can't really be prepared for
exactly, yeah. But yeah, there's no being prepared for that. So it's like, yeah, like, all right, it took me an hour to shovel my. Go ahead.
I've shoveled 3 feet of snow before, but it took me longer than I needed to get to work by.
Yeah, well, so that's the other
I
thing.
spent
is like
the entire morning there.
Yeah, so it was the two of us because like me and my dad went out. My dad was also considering going to work, but again, he worked for a company where he could just like call in, and it's like they were like, yeah, we get it. But at the time, it was like we spent the entire morning, like we spent like 2 hours shoveling, and our street wasn't even plowed yet. So it's like,
yeah,
okay,
and as soon as they come, they're gonna shove all the snow right onto your driveway all over again.
Yeah, so it's like I don't know what you want me to do. Like, well, I could try to bus, but I doubt the buses are working great in negative 40-degree weather. Cause yeah, so like I don't know.
Yeah, there's just not. You can walk in the negative 40-degree weather.
Yeah, it's yeah. I will walk. It's a 2 hour. It's probably like a 4 hour walk in regular weather. So yeah, if I leave now, I'll make it before my shift, like right before my shift's over, boss.
Yep. I'm on my way. Also, rip the estimate.
I believe.
Well, it was 130, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the
And it's
details.
130 on my tire.
Uh,
It's fine though.
I think
now
you might
comes
not,
the
you might not have
60-second auto
paused it.
scroller.
You might not have paused it when.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't.
There you go.
I'm an RTA guy. I don't know.
That's fair.
This level is literally, I think it's 60 seconds. I don't know that it's exactly 60 seconds. You literally, it's an auto scroller, but you don't do anything. So, like the timer ends at the end of this level, but I feel like it should end before because nothing happens.
There's no input anymore.
Originally, I ended the timer after you pressed because at the end of each level, you have to press the button to leave you completed the level screen.
Yeah.
But I used to have it as that being the ending time, but when Cyan started running it, he was like, wait, that's kind of stupid. Why do we end it there? And I at first thought he meant, at the beginning of this stage, because nothing happens after this stage. But no, he just meant 8 seconds earlier, which is fair, but I wish he had said something else so that I wouldn't have to sit through this thing.
I wish what he said was that this level was dumb, let's skip it. But instead
Instead he said, let's actually let's make it make more sense.
I'm sorry, is there a puzzle? There's puzzle pieces in this?
Oh yeah. Yeah, for the true ending or whatever.
Okay. Oh, there's a true ending?
Well, no. You can just get the I think the final puzzle is the roast beast or something.
Okay.
I don't think that it actually changes the story. That should be timed there, I think, is what he said.
GG.
What does your timer say?
I think we stopped it a little late, so 1:30:05, but pretty close to
Mine
1:30.
Mine says 1:33:01.
It's basically 1:30. We're fine. It's underestimate. It's Christmas. Estimates don't matter.
Yeah, it's a Christmas miracle. Don't worry about it.
The estimate grew 3 sizes today. It's fine.
Well, that is the Grinch Christmas Adventures. If for some reason this inspired you, go get the world record. It's not that hard, probably. It'll just take, 50 hours of mindless grinding, I guess.
Yeah, if you are interested in speedrunning any of the Grinch games, we are a small community, but we will always be happy to have you. We'll show you the ropes if we can. Yeah. And thank you so much for coming on, showing this runoff.
Thank you for inviting me and being okay with me being terrible.
I mean, like you said, nobody's played it in a year, and also, I kind of asked you in the middle of December, and it's well, you don't have a lot of time to practice or anything, so I knew what I was getting into. I'm just happy you were able to show off the game. It is a new Grinch game that we haven't really shown on the Hotfix, so I'm happy to have had it shown off, and I'm happy to have had you on to, to show it and talk about Grinch for an hour and a half.
Yeah, I do love the Grinch. Even in this form, I still don't dislike the Grinch.
And maybe next time we see you, it'll be for Grinch 2000,
that would be very cool. That would be very cool.
Better Grinch game. Which is coming up. Unfortunately, you will not be able to stay because it's super late. But next time. With that said, do you have any shout-outs or anything you want to say before we go to the next game?
Science is awesome. That's all the shout out I have. He is very cool, and it's nice to have a fellow Grinch enthusiast who is also a good speedrunner.
Yeah, Science does a lot for the Grinch speedrunning community. All of the games. I think I think he only runs Grinch 2000 and Christmas Adventures. Maybe he does the Game Boy one. I don't think anybody does the DS game.
I don't think anyone does.
The DS game is a thing. I think it's like a 7-minute
I didn't even know there was a
speedrun.
DS game.
It is very... I think it's like legitimately 4 levels. I think I could beat it in 7 minutes. I haven't played it in 10 years.
Oh.
It is very short. Like, very short. But yeah, Cyan's a great speedrunner. Does Grinch 2000 Grinch Christmas Adventures and some Kingdom Hearts stuff. Definitely check them out. Check Taki out as well. You know, everybody on today deserves some follows, especially for the Grinch stuff. I'm not biased in any way, shape, or form. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, thank you so much for being on. And just a quick reminder before we go to our break here. GDQ's next All Women and Femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Law. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Game Zone Quick Hotfix. This is our holiday Christmas celebration, and we've got Christmas games. Before we get into our next game, just a few quick reminders. You can now join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. Also, if you haven't missed out on any of our other shows or events, you can be sure to check out the VODs over at youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. We are here with Cthulhu Saves Christmas. I'll hand it over to our runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello. My name is Alfina. Not only do I run this insane game, I run it on a difficulty that makes it more entertaining and more stressful.
I love when characters get one shot. That's my favorite part.
It happens less now. We recently bumped the world record even farther down so that it is now a 55-minute world record. And there's a possibility. I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to say it right now. Possibility we could even break that tonight because I've been working on it.
Hell yeah.
Goes down tonight. I believe in you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and get the run started. So we'll start in 3, 2, 1, go.
And there goes the story flying right on by. All right. Welcome, everyone. Hello. It's Cthulhu Saves Christmas. So, it's a beautiful game. It's really, really fun. And that you are Cthulhu. You wake up. Time is paused at this point. It was a Christmas Eve. You suddenly wake up with a gift from Santa. You open it and suddenly your powers are gone. But it turns out that's not actually from Santa. You meet his granddaughter who tells you, no, Santa's been kidnapped. So you go on a quest with her to save Santa to get your powers back so you can go destroy the world. As far as things you got going on, you'll notice a battle counter that we've got going on. You'll notice everything blitzing by really fast. For those looking to ever run this game, what's nice is there is actually a little macro that we have set up in the community that basically auto enters, and you'll see Alfina's VTuber slamming away on the keyboard. I can't even remember what buttons it hits, like 3 buttons at the same time, essentially.
If you don't use the macro, you have to hit like 3 buttons at the same time because we use the macro. We're just spamming Z.
Yes.
So the Boyd games do not disable keyboard if you're using a controller. So the optimal way to play without using a macro is by smashing your controller on space Z and mashing A for the entire speedrun in pretty much every Zeboyd game, which ranges from about 30 minutes to an hour and a half. So we kind of just decided, yeah, we're not going to do that. That's dumb.
And his murder
something,
on your
my
fingers.
wrist hurts.
Yes. Well, we've got Crystal down, but there's good luck in the beginning with getting the lightning so we could get to him down early.
We're gonna retry that.
Now, it's cool. We get to explain the battle and combat system. So, what's fun about this game is your first set of abilities are actually set by you, the player. The bottom three on the kind of the first three down there are completely randomized between a set amount of abilities that all the characters share. And so,
Nope.
No, it's true. Some have different unique ones. Sorry, I know there's some overlap.
So some of them, multiple ones can learn certain abilities,
Yeah,
but they
that.
all are their own unique pool.
Valid.
So you'll see like Entomb on multiple characters, but not other ones. Sorry, I'm thinking and talking.
Oh no, you do you. I'm not gonna interrupt. But yeah, true. Sorry, I know some of them have the same ones. And so yeah, there's a lot of a bit of a randomness to this, and you will see that in the
Oh, my
run, and that
goodness. I
we
shouldn't
can
have
get
said
very
anything about world
unlucky.
record. I really shouldn't have.
Exactly, you did. It's cursed.
We were sitting here last year having to point out, oh, I don't believe in you. Because, this game can hear when you have too much hope.
Oh, that's true. I'm sorry. We have to get back into the spirit of last year.
Yeah, you can't do it. You're just,
There's no chance. Sorry.
yeah, no way.
We're all friends. That's the only reason to do. Don't just say that to random people.
Yeah, no. we are all friends. Despite the fact that we only do this once a year, we are friends.
I don't know you people.
Okay. Hey, Athena, you want actually to be doing this year? Because that's what I heard.
No.
That's what I heard.
It sounds like I'm just doing commentary next year.
Oh, what have I done?
I'm not running this game next year. What about you, Athena?
I don't think so.
Next year, raving mode. Let's go.
I will.
There we
I'll
go.
be here for that, and that's all I can say.
And you thought I was a little mad for the things I'm running.
So, real quick while we're in this, so these are the town segments that we're doing. So basically, in between doing these little mini levels, you choose like an action of what you want to spend your day doing. You're locked in days, such you'll see like Christmas Eve the 4th, Christmas Eve the 5th.
Because by the way, it
based on
never
what
leaves
you
into
do-
Christmas Day. Or Christmas Eve.
Yeah, we will
Always
always be in
Christmas
Christmas Eve. But each one of those that you choose actually gets you a different item. And so some of them will be taking just due to speed. Some of them will be doing because we specifically want the item. And also some of them we'll need to do because it'll unlock a path later for us to get a different item that we need down the road. But that's where we're going to get a lot of our items from, a lot of our equipment from, is actually doing those runs. A lot of expedition runs. And they're actually really cute. They're really fun. A lot of fun story bits, a lot of throwbacks to other games. We do the expedition a lot, which is very Final Fantasy Tactics. Makes me happy every single time. The characters will go out and like, I got a good feeling. So it's a lot of fun there. But yeah, the battles.
There's a couple town sections that we do in case I forget where I'm going and I miss a chest, and so it gives me the second best item.
Very true.
Yep.
That will happen suddenly. Where's this item? Some of the maps can get a little confusing with the wraparounds, and maybe you just like in the sake of speed might miss one here or there. But yeah, so as far as battles, as far as talking about them, also obligatory shout out to this fight in particular before we get into that, in that you get to fight some elves and the Yule Cat. But in the end, we're only going to have 5 of them on the screen because that's all the engine supports. And if we had any more of them, then that would just be tedious. That is actually a line in the game, and it's fantastic.
Yeah. For those of you who haven't played any of the Zeboid games, the Zeboid games are phenomenally funny. Like,
They're great.
they're very good gameplay, and the narration, the jokes they put in are so funny. and they're all relatively cheap games, so you should definitely pick them up.
Currently, this game is on sale for $2.
I was gonna
It's
say,
true.
like, this game has
Highly
to be on
worth.
sale right now. It's Christmas.
It
And
is.
if you spend $250, you can get this game and its banger of a soundtrack.
And there we wanted to focus on the Yule Cat. The Yule Cat is the healer of this group, and that will come into play later. Hashtag spoilers. But yeah, we need the Yule Cat to go down as quickly as possible because it spends every turn AoE healing. So from there on, we just have our lovely, lovely other elves, meat thief, liquor lad, door slammer, and sniffer. But as far as the combat in the game, we have our 4 set abilities at the top. You have your 3 randomized abilities. When we defend, like Cthulhu's doing there, whenever we defend, you actually get your abilities back, and it re-randomizes the 3 at the bottom. So occasionally we'll end up defending to try to reset abilities, try to hunt for different ones that we need. The other thing to note, you have your turn order on the right, and on the left, you might notice little green pips that whenever they fill up, like Cthulhu right there, it becomes a hyper ability, and different little bonuses apply. So sometimes it's an attack hits a full row, hits the full screen, it does extra damage, does extra things like regen. So it's a lot of balancing. What can I do the most damage with? What do I need to get set out when? When do I need to get defense used so that it defends everybody? When can I have a hyper so that I can try to get a big damage hit in?
Holding
So
certain
it's a-
abilities for hyper.
Yeah.
Don't use that too early. You'll have to defend to get it back, hopefully.
I don't think you mentioned this, so if you did, I'm sorry. I was sending, I was
go ahead.
adding in the server. My bad. We're playing on insane difficulty, which is the medium category, which means like everything actually matters. Like you need to do the things the correct way. Because turns out when you're only doing literally the boss fights, you're a little underleveled.
I mean, we kind of saw just that too when fighting that first boss, because I took a risky strat for a moment. That was what lost us the first time for that first retry. The second one, I think it was just mocking me. But yeah, the first time I took a risky strat, it did not pay off.
So somebody in chat said this UI reminded them Cosmic Star Heroine, and then they
Same
looked
devs.
it up. It is the
It
same
is.
devs. The interesting thing about this game is they made this after Cosmic Star Heroine, and they were like super burnt out on Cosmic Star Heroine. So if you've played any of the other Zeboyd games, you'll notice a lot of similarities. They did a really interesting thing, which RGG, the Yakuza studio, does a lot, and I like when they do it too. And basically, they take the designs they already have and they repurpose them. So all of the maps in this game are maps from other of their old games. So the Penny Arcade games, 3 and 4 specifically, Cosmic Star Heroine, I'm blanking. I know there's definitely another one, but all the maps are reskinned so that they could still make a game that is super funny. It plays well, but they were able to have a shorter dev time because of that, which is actually the one thing, and this is very specifically a speedrunner thing. The reason I can't speedrun Cthulhu Saves Christmas and Cosmic Star Heroine anywhere near each other is because the icons are the same, but for different
But the abilities are
moves.
not.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's great.
So like there's like in Cosmic Star Heroine, it's like this is the best move ever. You always want to use this. And in Cthulhu Saves Christmas, it's just like not useful in the speedrun because of how it's spec'd. So it's like it is so taxing to like remember, don't pick that ability.
Yup. There's a couple things that are slightly, because I've run into that a little bit with This Way Madness Lies,
Yep.
where it's like, oh no, wait, that's not as useful as I think it is.
Oh, 100%.
That's not who I meant to. All right, we'll do this instead.
She's just very safe. So in this fight, our big thing there is we actually need to get down the right character as quickly as possible. The little spider spends its time buffing the other characters. The one on the left, pretty inconsequential, but we need to get it down. The Rat King can be a little, or Mouse King, excuse me. Mouse King. The Mouse King can be a little frustrating in that he constantly poisons our units. And so he can be a little bit of a pain constantly applying poison. But the other thing that we haven't talked about with the battle as well is that there's another thing down there. You'll see skills, items, and then Unite. Unite is a thing where basically I think it's every turn it gets a little bit stronger up until I think 10 turns is I think the limit if I remember right. But you can basically, through the power of two characters combining together, use an ability. So like Baba and Cthulhu can work together to do a big blast hit. You see a lot of actually...
I'm about to use that here in this.
Oh, there you go. Awesome. You'll see a lot of actually Cthulhu and Crystal working together because it does a really, really beefy AoE hit. So there's that Unite, 2k damage. Plows through bosses. It's very good. And if you can align it with the hypers as well, it is damage.
Did we talk about the scaling percentages on Unites and enemies?
Not really.
Unites, yes, just then, but the enemies, no. We have not mentioned that yet, which is what makes this run particularly difficult. Namely in this game, what can make it really crazy is as the fight progresses, on the bright side, you do more damage. On the downside, the enemy does more damage. Everything gets a little bit ramped up as the fight progresses. So some of them you'll find yourself actually in a race against time.
It was way back there. Sorry, it was amusing to me for a moment.
You're good.
There's a specific order that your characters like line up in.
I was noticing
and so
that
just seeing the
Crystal's
second character
randomly-
like way back there, it was just kind of like, all right.
I was actually scared. I was like, was there something I missed that she can casually go in last and it's going to change up the order on the screen?
No, I'm just going too fast for the game.
Sometimes Crystal just like her pathing is very weird. I've had Crystal like run off the screen before and then run back on.
Yep. And if you're holding the joystick in the direction that you want to go in while the dialogue, when you first load into the zone, is going, your other characters will lag behind a moment. Because Cthulhu just goes.
Do you not need that chest?
I don't need any chests.
Oh, okay. I don't know what route you're on, but please carry on.
I'm on mine. So I have some
we go
changes
fast
to this route since last year.
This year's been a lot of different fun stuff. And yeah, we love all the little gameplay systems that y'all have put into this. It's so good. But here we're changing up the abilities that we're actually going to have in combat.
Okay, that almost scared me.
Equipping our items, which is important.
The items are really important. Please equip this.
And then I almost put them in the wrong spot and I would have used the wrong one. That was not what he... There's a giant note right there that says what I was supposed to do. I'm good. I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun things in this, like I said, with the damage going up then too. What's also fun is we haven't mentioned the insane. And how that can work, and that some characters have different abilities that can make the mob go insane, which means then the mob now does more damage, they take more damage, but also things that they're weak against also flip-flop. So if it was fire, it's now ice, and by kind of vice versa. And so there's a lot of fun things too and that you can do with that. So sometimes you'll see us typically go ahead and hit them with insanity, or make them hit themselves. Go ahead and use insanity kind of as they start getting low on health, because as the fight gets on, it does get into that constant one-shot territory. On the sane run of this one, you can pretty much, I think, go with the insane run off the bat and just load into them.
In
That's
easy,
kind of the strat.
I do not care. Like, yeah, you can hit me as much as you want. I'm gonna kill you before you kill me, kind of thing.
As you can see here, I am managing every single hit.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So the character moving was a bug where the character was snaking, they would get desynced. How fun. That is really fun, though. Yeah, I definitely, this one wouldn't fix it. No, it's not a bug. It's a feature.
Yeah. I think it's like it doesn't actually affect anything enough to be super important. Like, it's awesome that you figured out how to fix it, but like it's just a fun thing in this one.
It is great.
It's our favorite little thing. It's like it's just that amusing. Like, can I get through the full first map without my party catching up to me? It's like a small little challenge for myself.
Before we get too far away from the insanity mechanic, I actually I love that mechanic in this game. It is so cool. It's such a small thing, but it actually impacts the gameplay in such a cool way, and it actually feels like at any point in time you're trying to figure out should I use this now? Can I use this now? It is a really small but cool mechanic, and I think it's a really interesting add to a Cthulhu game, where it's
and it's in both Cthulhu games.
You see, I don't speedrun the other one, so I forgot about that.
I'm gonna, but I haven't yet. I have to be finished perfecting this category before I move on to that one.
Malin. So I guess the only other battle mechanic, there's two things we haven't really talked about. One is the random battles. Like right now, you constantly hear the dung, and we just keep on walking. This game does feature random battles. It has an exclamation point that pops up that if you hit a button, you can avoid the battle, which we're doing obviously for the sake of speed and time, but we will be under leveled because of it. There are so many within an area. You can do more if you elect to.
You can also go into the menu and have some really fun conversations with your party members right where the battle choice is. I recommend if you play through this game casually, you do that every dungeon. Really do.
That's fun. I actually never did that myself. I'll have to do that.
The dialogue is fantastic.
So while I will sing the praises of combat and everything else in every Zayboid game I've ever played, the biggest thing that I tell people they have to play these games for is the dialogue and the humor.
100%. Fourth wall breaking, very fun, very silly. Makes fun of everything, makes fun of itself. It's great.
Yeah, and there are frequent points in this game where the narrative and the original Cthulhu Saves the World, this is a prequel to that game. There's frequently the narrator will be talking and the Cthulhu will start yelling at the narrator, and they get into I can't say a fight because the narrator is always ignoring Cthulhu, but it is fantastic. It's so funny.
There's a line from Cthulhu Saves the World, and it's right there at the very, very beginning, where Cthulhu's oh, well, I can speedrun this game and return it in no time before the value goes down. It's yeah, no. That's not how that's going to work there, bud.
So, now that we're back in combat, it's easy to describe one of the last things we haven't talked about. That is chicken power. So those who liked Baba Yaga, if you enjoy her, what's fun this year is the strategy has changed up quite a bit in that before Baba Yaga was a character that she did okay, I guess. I don't know. Her chicken thing's hard to work with, hard to get really manipulated, and she does some okay damage, I guess. Now she's the star of the show.
Keeping her alive to make use of it.
Yeah. Now she is the star.
And then I found the note that I missed all of this time on chicken feed that said reusable.
Oh yeah, 100%. But yeah, she's great in that now we're just going to keep upping her chicken power. And that now if we apply a poison through her, whereas a normal poison might tick for 30 damage like it's doing now. Yeah, right now it's ticking for 39. We'll see what it ticks for here in a minute when she gets it out, because she's going to get her buffs up and then apply. So now that right one's been hit with hyper poison essentially. So 39, 248. And later on, it can even get to the point of, it would be around 30 to 60. It'll hit for 500.
Yeah.
She has gotten to the point where she's really our all-star. And she's constantly healing herself as she applies Chicken Up, speeding up the party. So she's a real star now in the runs, which is great to see.
Because honestly, Baba Yaga and Cluck Cluck are the best parts of the game.
They really are.
I would like to differ. I would like to say the Final Fantasy Tactics side quests are the best.
I do enjoy them so much.
I am not biased in any way.
Cluck Cluck.
I'm with this.
I will always be here singing the praises of Cluck Cluck.
And this part of the game is the best part, honestly, because the part of the story right here is all of a sudden people are gone and you don't know what's going on. And then Cluck Cluck just starts talking to you and tells you, yeah. What do we have? It's the bells are ringing and they're trying to rejoin realities together to destroy the world. So you're off to stop the bells from ringing.
What? Yeah, this is very
So
fun.
in this dimension,
Nothing wrong here.
it's great. So there you go. The left enemy is charmed. So next time they'll end up hitting one of the other ones. There you go. 600 damage just from it hitting its partner. And that's one thing that is actually we use a lot in these runs. You'll see is that we will try to charm the enemy because the charms, it's just, well, we can hit for 300, 400, 500. Next thing you know, the boss will go just hit someone else for 2,000, 3,000. It is a lot. It's a very big hit.
You can't
Especially as
have
the
much
fight
health left.
presses on.
He has like 900 of them. Or, no, sorry, 600, I think, with the damage.
No, 147.
147.
Okay, I missed a few
Very
hundred
close.
damage there. You were fine. You were good.
It was just one of those, I'm like, how are you still up, my guy? I was more hoping he would hit himself and not his brother, but, what can you do? Oop. Oh.
The beautiful chicken house.
Oh.
Did you?
I don't think that's what you wanted to do.
Uh-huh.
We were not supposed to chicken house.
I think you're fine. As long as you didn't need it for I guess I'm going off my route, but there's like two at
Everything's
the
needed. This is Gryla.
So
like
what
two
it
at the end you
means,
don't need.
the basic answer is I can't miss a chest now in the final area.
No.
I absolutely cannot miss the certain chest in the final area now. Because there's no way I can get the backup item. That's what just happened.
Yeah.
That's probably fine.
90% of the time it would be fine. So we're gonna go with it'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
It's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be lovely.
Take a safety save before the final boss. It's fine.
Have you seen what happens when I try to safety save myself?
Yeah,
I make like 20 saves.
Look, I'm sure the next runner will understand.
I don't know.
Gee, it's almost like I know who the next runner is.
Yeah, they're kind of a jerk.
One of my least favorite people.
I'm the yeah. In case anybody hasn't looked at the schedule, I'm the next runner, so I'm not just randomly calling
Church
somebody.
guy. Yeah, someone's gonna be like, wow, GDQ being mean this year. Jeez. Yeah,
I
for
almost
those who
forgot
don't
that,
know,
Jess.
hi, it is Church who's running in it.
That's my tunic. I need that tunic.
You do need that tunic.
This is true.
We don't
Look,
get
you've
that
already.
tunic.
Go ahead.
We don't get that tunic in the base any percent, but we do need it here.
Very much so.
I don't know what routing you're doing. You've already skipped a chest that I'm like, how are you doing this? So I'm gonna let you cook.
Poison.
Welcome to.
No, even still, even with poison,
You're wondering how I'm doing this without shield breaker.
So there's another ability we just got to is Clockwork. Clockwork is great because now when Baba Yaga has hyper, she can speed up the entire party.
And it's actually now we're going to get into basically Baba's combo for the rest of the game. So the pattern that Baba's going to use through this fight is going to be the rest of the game. Just correctly.
It's great, Abba. Valid point. But yeah. So this is Gryla. She likes to eat naughty children. He's a monster. She, for a lot of the time, honestly, was a kind of a wall on the run because she has a habit of right now tickling a little bit and then later on just consuming entire party members and randomly one-hitting them. She can hit like a truck.
Nothing useful for me, Crystal.
That is
You rolled bad.
That is one of the problems. Like, the problem for a speedrunner. It is not inherently a problem with the base game, but like when you're speedrunning, the longer the game goes on, the more you get like the RNG screws you because it's like, oh well, now my random pool is like 15 moves instead of 5, so
100%.
And there's only like 3 moves I care about in the speedrun, so like yeah.
Yeah, you get the 3 options. You're like, I can't use any of those. Thanks for nothing.
Yes, I'm defending this round.
The amount of times you feel like, all right, well, I guess I'll just defend.
Yeah.
Defend.
So there you go. Big poison going out. There's the unite with them. Yeah, there's only 16.
Okay. Fine.
Everything's fine.
Back to your pattern.
It's wonderful. So it's like there's a couple runs that things will do very, very specifically to. So like, for example, Crystal's hyper, the second character, she tends to use her group heal in that it will give everyone regen. Actually, I guess it's not a heal until later, but it starts off as just a group regen on a hyper turn. Belsnickel, the final guy over there on the right, his defense can apply to the entire party, which is greatly needed. Absolutely, poison's great in these, and like now with being able to utilize Baba Yaga's poison, it is a lot of damage, and then really getting chicken up again for her unite between her and Cthulhu is just big damage. There you go, 3K going out.
Might put us in dark blast spam category. Yes.
4K. Yeah, there you go. So there's the insane. So now,
bye, Baba.
Case in point. Goodbye, Baba Yaga. You have done your duty. Yeah.
Why am I acting like I need new abilities?
So there you go. So one thing that's great with like Cthulhu is he can sit there and dark blast over and over again, but yeah, it immediately makes the mob insane. There you go. Yeah, 200 damage, then 213 damage. Just a slow ramp. Nice.
Yeah. Did we talk about what the tunic did, or did we just say that you needed it and moved on?
We did not talk about it.
We just talked about one of those things I'd love to talk about all the different items, but this feels like such a fever dream trying to talk about.
Yeah.
We haven't even mentioned the story.
Yeah, there's so much that, like, it's such a short speed run. Thankfully, we have a little bit more time because it's not the easy category, but like, there's so much to talk about. So the reason the tunic is so important is because it lets you reuse Dark Blast, which is a really good
tentacle. I thought.
Is it the what? The what?
Insanity Tentacle.
Yeah, Insanity Tentacle allows you to reuse it. I think one of the tunics there might be the one that allows Crystal to constantly just reuse her healing ability every single turn.
I'm probably thinking about the Caduceus robe, but yeah, it's the Insanity Tentacle that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's also
that's the only one we use in any
later.
percent.
Yeah.
But the reason we want that robe, if I remember correctly, I'm like 90% sure, is it increases our dark damage.
I don't think so. That might be that one, yeah.
So it makes our Insanity Blast hit harder, or Dark Blast hit harder. So not only can we keep reusing it, but it hits harder.
And I think the Unite as well, because the Unite I think is dark and cold.
Yes.
His with
Crystal.
I thought that one was fire and ice.
Oh no, you're right.
Crystal?
It's fire and ice, and then Baba's is dark.
Dark.
Yeah. I thought it was
Yeah.
dark and cold. Well, today I learned something. Okay.
I have.
I'm like,
if
God.
there's anybody out there that wants to really dig into this, I've been constantly building a guide, if you will, of here's what all of the items do, all of the abilities do, all of the equipment does, and how to get it. That document does exist. It's not 100% complete yet. It's still in progress, but I do have that. So if at any point in time you're like, I really want to understand more about why you use certain things, I have that. And for all the abilities, it also tells you what level you learn them.
Is that linked on the SRC page?
It's not at the moment, but it can be.
Seems like the thing
It
we should
can
do.
be by the end of the day.
Yeah. If only one of the mods for the
24
SRC
hours.
board was here.
If only.
Almost forgot this chest up here.
This
One
map
of these chests in this map, I do not need the chest. I haven't stopped to go through it slowly to figure out which one it is.
I think it's the one on the left on this screen, but I cannot be certain.
And so because I'm not sure right now,
Actually, it might be
we're
that
grabbing them all.
Yes.
It is one of the two on the left. I'm like 97% sure.
Because I need to grab the Void Sword, the Pig Pestle, the Taunting Whip, and the Christmas Coat. There's more items than the chest that I listed off there.
I still love the dialogue on all these. Like, fills the user with the spirit of Christmas.
Okay, Plague Pestle, Mist
More
Dress,
poison
Eldritch
damage.
Egg, Haunting Whip, Christmas Coat. Coat is what's going to be our backup strat. Oh, wait. Brain, don't do that.
We have abilities still to do. You might have seen there's Santa. We found him. He's being held by Krampus. And Yggdrasil, excuse me, I apologize. Tannenbaum. It's like Yggdrasil, but Christmas themed.
Yeah, it is definitely not Yggdrasil from 10 Year.
Not at all.
Oh, God, hold on. Brain, please. 4.
And
4.
Tomb.
Definitely 4,
Okay.
yeah.
Whew. Okay.
And now we face off against Krampus to take Santa.
Because Cthulhu gets that turn before everybody else and the boss attacks in between, we go, no, don't hit me yet. I'm not ready.
Mm-hmm. And you may guess when we're looking at the timer that no, this is not the end of the game, so there's more to it. But right now it's Krampus, who is a very heavy-hitting single target damage dealer. And if I believe right now has either, I think it's just a chance to apply a vulnerability. So it can get a little scary
He
with
uses
him.
multiple abilities. One of them applies vulnerability.
Okay.
You'll notice
remember
a
if it
couple
was just
different
that area.
animations.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's the
Oh, no, she
disarm
goes next.
fireball.
Well, I can't do it this way. Speed!
But yeah, which is great because if you look at the right-hand side with that turn list, you can really see how the speed can affect things. Versus like, well, everyone gets a turn to now 6 different people are getting a turn. Well, it's 2 repeats, but we'll have 6 turns before Krampus goes again.
Now it's time for
Poison!
to do 500 ticks per.
With the 10,000 health left.
The only thing I always have to remember after doing this one and then going to This Way Madness Lies is while poison kills here, it does not in This Way Madness.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the one thing nice here. Poison will eliminate the enemies, and then This Way Madness Lies, it does not. They'll just stay at 1 HP.
So when I first played This Way Madness Lies, like I was just playing it as casually enjoy it. Which if you haven't played it, go play it. It's probably my favorite soundtrack of any Zaywad game ever. But anyway, I was playing it and I had gotten poison on a boss and I was just like How do I just maintain? I've got poison. It's fine. This is all over. Yeah, that didn't work the way I thought it was going to work for me.
Yeah, it was, unfortunately...
That boss was sitting at 1 hit point for a long time.
Yup.
When I realized, I was like, are you kidding me?
Just say I appreciate the Arise chickens. Arise chicken.
If I keep using mistletoe, eventually it'll work again, right?
Eventually you'll get another charm. So that's a fun thing to talk about. A mechanic we haven't talked about is essentially ailments in this game and how they work. And that, okay, if you try to apply a charm, you'll kind of wear down their charm defense, if we want to call it that, till eventually you will be able to get it. You have to kind of wear through the defense a little bit. Oh yeah, the soundtracks for both games are absolutely phenomenal and incredible.
Oh, I can go ahead and think. Okay, everything's fine. Don't mind me. I'm just rambling to myself, thinking.
You're doing great. Ailment HP, thank you. That's the best way to play. Yeah, you can wear down the ailment HP before you can apply it again, which is nice to know versus the well, is it a chance? Is it or not? You know that if you just keep doing it, yes, you will get it. Hey, Krampus is gone, and oh, hey, look, he's joined by a friend. Round 2. So now we have a fun fight against Krampus and Gnarlithwhip. There we go. We get the charm right off the bat.
So we can get our defense before they hit us.
So now we have the fun of Krampus does the same thing he was just doing. He can apply vulnerabilities. He can disarm us so we do less damage, big hits. But now we have Gnarlithwhip, who every turn just blasts the whole party.
But by the way, we did level in between these two fights. That's only mildly important.
If only we had a moment to swap some abilities.
Gosh, this run would be so guaranteed if I could swap abilities in between those two fights.
This is another one that can get a little scary at times, just because you never know. Krampus may suddenly decide that he just really does not like Crystal, as he seems to want to do. Which makes it just a little, okay then. And there's the big poison going out. 500 tick. Ooh. That really is such a game changer to have this year.
Mm-hmm. Even harder to find back around. Oh well. Certain abilities once I've seen them. Oh, now you came right back. You're not going to be around when I need you, Jolly Laugh. That's what you're telling me.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, a nice charm. There's AoE. Oh, nice. Like 500 on each one. It's a nice little AoE. Chicken-powered poison is a real game changer. It is. Well, it's funny because, for so long, it was like, yeah, you can get some out of chicken, but, it's okay.
It was
biggest one felt like it was the Unite.
It takes time to charge up. And so it's like, am I getting enough out of it that the time is worth it? And it was very much a struggle for a long time to see that pay off.
Yeah.
And then this year going, okay, well, not quite yet. I really need that to pay off because I need something else to give me something. And seeing how much it is really actually helping and doing the damage I need it to do it's a game changer. It really is.
Yeah. Which is like, again, very different from the easy game, or the easy difficulty, because it's like, in easy, it's not worth it, because the enemies are dead by the time it starts doing enough damage to matter. So, the strats between easy and insane are very, very different. And good luck on routing and raving, Ashley.
I heard.
I'd like to remind you made that joke, not me.
I know. The real joke is me trying to do it because I probably will. I hate that I'm gonna try it.
Don't worry, I'm still working on Insane 100%. Don't worry about it.
There's a speed up. Ooh.
Did that say 4,000? Yes.
I think so.
I can let you know in about 20 seconds when when live catches up.
The answer was yes. That's why I use the insane. Yes. Basically, if it's under 5,000, I'm willing to use insanity. Crystal, don't go away yet, Crystal. Just hang out. Stay up. Stay up. It's fine. I don't hear a jolly laugh. You can't leave me yet.
But what I was going to say earlier, what is nice in these games too is anytime you look, it's hard to see because it goes very quickly, but if you look, you can actually see at any given time how much HP the enemy has, what they're weak to. That's not hidden. It's not like we've had to calculate it out. Like you can see it any time, which is a mechanic that's really adored in this game. So that you can really plan things out when you're just playing through it.
And you can stop and think when you're not, racing at whatever speed it is that I'm playing this on.
Let's go faster. Yeah, right.
Okay, so I have to have the expedition. Figure that part out. Feeling. I need. That's not what that's supposed to be. Oh.
Still a beautiful chicken house.
I love the whole story with the chicken house. It's fantastic.
Was that
as well as the? Go ahead.
God, no, you go ahead.
No, I was gonna say as well as the Christmas Eve. I don't know. We've stopped counting anymore.
Christmas Eve, I give up.
What were you gonna say?
You said that you made the mistake, so you had to make sure you get all the chests here, but then you went to Baba anyway. So is that a mistake?
Baba wasn't the problem.
Oh, okay.
No. So basically, the backup strat sword comes from the pause.
Gotcha.
Interaction there, and so because I made a mistake a while ago and I didn't set up pet store so that pause was available where I wanted him to be, that's where so now I have to make sure I don't miss the Eldritch sword.
Gotcha. So what I thought was happening was going to Baba was the mistake, but it was the one before, I guess. And I was just...
Yeah, it was the mistake was getting all set up for, now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the going Baba, but not going pre-pet store.
Yeah, because the Ulatherian sword is our second best sword.
Yeah. Never mind, I figured it out. I did the math. I understand what's going on. I'm back, I'm back on track.
Yeah. We had to wait a cycle before it in the pet store.
In this category, little mistakes early on snowball into both the last two fights that we did back to back and then this one coming up. And so it's like everything else, you won't even notice that the mistake was too bad until you get to these and it's like, okay.
Yeah. Did I miss the good Grinch game? No, that's coming up next.
That's
like, what's
coming
your
up
definition
here
of good
very
Grinch game?
quickly.
So I was like, I'll just
We
look
are-
at the schedule. You can make that decision.
That's fair. Very fair.
Because we are definitely approaching the final fight.
We are.
Yeah.
Which time for this will be on the
Eldritch.
final,
Eldritch 2.
when the final mob
Finish.
dies, which typically will be the Ghost of Christmas Future, the one in the middle.
I'm gonna throw this out here. If the Ghost of Christmas Future ain't the last one to go down, something happened.
Right. Based on HP alone, it
Oh,
should be.
because the chest.
On this
Oh.
one?
Bell is short on stats.
I mean, if it's on this one, just go back, right? You good?
I could, but I'm not gonna. Bell's just
I mean,
short on
but you
stats. It's not
should.
ability related.
You
He's a
time.
big boy. He'll do just fine. He could be jolly and live and not die.
You
The
are
amount of
23 minutes underestimate.
It's fine.
Oh.
I might need them all.
Welcome to the next 23 minutes. Welcome to most of your previous bosses, and everything still applies. AKA poison still hurts. The Yule Cat still heals.
We're going into
Words,
this
words,
fight. I
pets,
might
man.
need absolutely everything that's missing.
Okay, so if the explanation on what the mistake was doesn't make sense, I can very briefly explain it. So the areas you go in the town unlock at certain chapters, and because Althena missed going to the pet store in whatever chapter it was, it mathematically locks you out of going to the pet store all the times you need to. So,
Yeah.
because of how it unlocks, if you don't go, I'm gonna just make numbers up. If you don't go in chapter 3, in the speedrun, you will not be able to get to the final pet store because you don't have enough actions in the town sections.
Yeah, it's like the equivalent of, I think that's Christmas Land. It's 4, and I think it has 4 interactions with pause, I think, to get the item. It's something like that. And so we
leave her
can only get
alone.
3, so we don't get the final ability that we wanted. Well, there's a fun mechanic we get to show real quick. You can go into negative health. There is a mechanic for that. And if it does, you just have to heal the character before the end of their turn. If you do, then they're fine. I think that's the Unstoppable. If I remember
Unstoppable.
correctly of the name, yeah.
Leave her alone.
We can't really rely on it, but
Goodness.
the bright side, though, on this one is that Crystal now has an item that she can just use her AoE heal ability every turn. And there we go, cat down, no more heals. Problem, however, is just all the enemies hit so hard that, yeah, you can AoE heal every time, but it's not. Eventually, they will overpower it. We got big poison on the main guy.
They don't overpower it too much that I'm that worried about it.
Yeah.
Would like to harm you? No, you're just gonna say no? Okay, I understand.
He's like, I'm already charming enough. You can't charm me. Oh, Jack Frost. So as far as the bosses go in this one, they all have kind of roughly the same setup in that, like, the Yule Cat has some of the lowest amount of health. Jack Frost is pretty low health. Then, the mouse, very lewd. Then our final boss. That's where you kind of see them go down fairly in order. That's what we try to do, is just take them off the screen, because as this is going on, they're all just hitting just a little bit harder. Just a little bit harder. So we got a big beefy poison then on the Mouse King.
Jack, would you mind just, removing yourself from the screen?
He's got about 200 health left.
Need Bell.
About 100 health left.
Bell.
There he goes.
Bell did not have what I was hoping Bell had, but it's okay.
So we can rely on the heal from Bell there. The only problem with that is Bell's heal also taunts. So like there, Crystal technically just taunted the enemy.
Plan. I'm not sure if it's a great plan, but I have a plan.
I'd say I believe in you, but we've seen what happens when I believe in you, so... I think this is the part where I'm supposed to say, like, no, I don't believe in you. You don't got this. That way it works. Yo, stun's going out. There we go.
I was like, we're just going to stun everybody for a round.
Absolutely. It's so beautiful.
Sometimes the answer is, I just need a moment to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
Belle, I need you to have other things.
Well, if you'd given me one extra item, I might do differently.
Yeah.
So 5K on Mary Lynn.
This. And now you have what I want. Now you have what I want. Because that doesn't taunt. Did something, sure.
Yeah. Just the big defense up going out. Lightning on everybody is always nice.
You guys, honestly, just,
Crystal's got health. Crystal has no health. Crystal has health. Crystal has no health.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you had a hyper there,
Everything's
which is
fine.
nice. Good AoE healing. Mouse King is down.
I didn't even notice that, so I kind of really appreciate it.
No worries. So I'm trying to, like, it hits a point in the run where I'm like, all right, I'm just going to try to help out. Like, it's got about 3K health left. Mary Lou, that is.
All right, I think we're going to start Insanity Dark Blasting Mary Lude. I don't think this is a good idea. I'm doing it anyway.
All right, I'm gonna save the timestamp
Oh, 500. Yeah.
real quick.
This was the moment.
Yep.
That's a terrible idea, and I'm doing it anyways. I mean, it doesn't have much health left, though.
If I can get through this without
Oh, I forgot
anybody
it was
going
big
down.
poison. Yeah, I think
There
it's
we go.
theirs.
Whew. All right, maybe it wasn't a bad idea. Maybe that was a
No,
good
that's
idea.
great.
I'm a
Calculated.
pro. Can't even say I'm a pro without laughing in this game. I did use both.
A 4K health on the main boss, so down to 4,200.
Oh, okay.
4,100. About 3,600.
Then you skipped a little bit there. I think it's 37.
And 3,000. I'm being optimistic.
We don't need optimism here. We need optimism is how you YOLO and miss by 10.
Should be time here soon, though.
Yeah, we're coming very close on it.
Oh.
Time.
Time.
GD.
Well, very nice.
So what was the final time?
55, 58.
We missed world record by like less than 30 seconds.
Yeah. Which is unfortunately the Jack fight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So with Cthulhu Saves Christmas again next year. Oh.
Yeah, run by Lo-Fi Actually next year.
No,
Yep.
I don't know what you're talking
What I
about.
heard.
Wow, look at the time. Is it gotta go o'clock? That's crazy.
So, like we had said, the entire current Cthulhu Saves Christmas community is right here. Church is the world record holder for the any percent category. I'm the world record holder for this insane percent category, and Ash just knows all the strats.
And will be the world record holder for any percent raving next year.
I don't. All right, I'll do what I can. I'm just the cheerleader. I don't know what you're talking about.
If you would like to join our happy little band of speedrunners, you can go to the speedrun.com page and you will find there is a guide on how to do the any percent run. I wrote it. I know it exists. And I really recommend starting there. And if you go, hey, that was a lot of fun. I want to try this insane one because that looks crazy. Let me know. I will share notes and strats that are rumbling around in my brain and hopefully write a guide sometime here soon. But you really do want to start with that any percent run because that's how you get to have those moments of, oh, I might just do this.
We do also have a speedrun Discord for all of those Void games. If you speedrun any of them, it's all the same Discord. So you hop in there. So if you like any of the other Void games and you're interested in speedrunning them, you can hop in there too.
And I
everybody in
recommend
there is
all of
super
their
awesome.
Games.
It's true.
Yes. Play all of them.
They're all
This one
very
is on
good.
sale for $2. You have no
Fun
excuse.
story,
$2.
It's true.
fun mechanics, fun environments. It's just great. It's just good times. Fun music.
And they have a new game coming up, TBD, but it's called Zombie Fun Run. I'm looking forward to it.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any shout outs or anything you want to give?
I will say once again, my name is Alfina. I really appreciate you guys hanging out for this crazy little game that I love to run. You can find me streaming on random Fridays over at twitch.tv/Alfina.
What about you, Ashley? You got anything?
I'm unimportant.
You are not.
That is not true. I'm not letting you get away with that.
I was okay with getting away with that. Hi, I'm Lo-Fi Ashley. I play mostly cozy games and just chill and vibe on weekends and stream various things. Yeah, nothing else I'm going to add in there. Trans rights.
Yeah.
Yee. All right. Thank you both so much for being here. It's a tradition at this point. I will see you both next year. You're done. I'm not saying, Ashley, you're running, but all I'm saying is I ain't doing it.
All right, I'll start practicing.
I don't care what category you run, but I ain't doing it.
We'll try to have raving done. I'll tinker with it. It'd be fun to do, actually. This has got that bug in me again to do it. And I have 2 months to kill until Monster Hunter comes out.
All right, so half of our show next year is you. Got it.
Oh, no.
Look, if
It's going to be a nightmare.
if it doubles from easy to insane, it's gonna double from insane to Raven.
It's going to. It's
Oh,
gonna
but
be a
we're cutting
nightmare.
insane down, so it's not as much of a double
true,
anymore.
That's true. All right, you're right. But anyway, yeah. So, thank you again so much for being here on Christmas Eve. I don't know what I'm talking about. On Christmas to play this game.
It's because we were in this game and we were stuck in Christmas Eve for 40-something days.
You know what? Yeah, that's true. That's why.
Number of people who check now and be like, wait, Christmas is tomorrow? I thought did I dream the whole day?
I really got into the Cthulhu Saves Christmas lore there. Yeah, thank you both. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Christmas/holiday special, and this is our final game of the evening. It is going to be the Grinch. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders. AGDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. You can visit GamesDoneQuick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. If you are crafty, prize submissions are open until December 28th. Also, you can go to GamesDoneQuick.com/hotfix to check out our Season 4 schedule and check out the schedule for an in-depth look at everything that's going to be on this week. With all of that said, hi, I'm Church and Sarge. I run this game. This is the Grinch. This is the Grinch 2000. Well, it's just called the Grinch, but it's based off the 2000 Jim Carrey movie. There's not a lot to talk about, so we're just going to jump in. Time technically starts. It doesn't. We'll just start it. It went out on 3. So, on go. 3, 2, 1, go. If this needs to be retimed later, I'll retime it. That's the important part. So the basic story of this game is technically the Jim Carrey movie, but it's a little more in depth. We are the Grinch, and we want to prank the Who's. That's what we do in life, is we prank the Who's. And in order to do that, we have a bunch of gadgets. We basically have the Bat computer in our Grinch cave. It's called the Grinch computer. And in order to use that to make gadgets, to 3D print our gadgets, we need the blueprints. But we're on a mountain, and there was a very strong gust of wind, and it sent all of our blueprints flying off into Whoville below. So we need to, go get our blueprints back so we can prank the Who's better, and also prank the Who's. So we are going to go on a adventure through 4 different areas, 4 different regions, to properly prank the Who's. And ruin Christmas. So this is our Grinch computer, and this is our level select. It should be noted, I am playing on the PC version, which is a port of the PlayStation version. There are a lot of differences. One really important thing is that I don't think a single computer after the year 2000 runs this game well. I will get back to that in a second. I'm going to start, right off the bat, we're doing a trick. It doesn't look visually that important, but it skips a lot of gameplay. So by making that jump there, we skip swinging on like 6 or 7 poles, and you'll see later that swinging on poles is a lot. It also skips the cutscene where it teaches you how to swing on poles, which is another like 5 to 10 seconds. Technically, we haven't fully skipped that cutscene yet, but we will get to that in a moment. There's 2 times it can only trigger in this level, and there's 2 places where you can swing, so we have to skip them both times. Our goals in this level, the 3 pranks we have to pull, there's technically 6, but we had to complete 3 in a level to progress. We have to crush 10 snowmen, we have to vandalize 10 paintings of the mayor, and we have to shuffle the mail in the mailroom, which you will remember from the Jim Carrey movie. And that is definitely not the only thing that this and the game the movie have in common. We are going to do a small trick here.
Master of stealth.
You are normally supposed to stealth up here, like he was just saying. I actually missed it, but it's not too big a deal. It only wastes however long it took me to break out, 2 or 3 seconds. But basically, if you stutter step at the right time, he'll never be able to hit you. Missing it is not that big a deal. We are going to do the second... So, there's a lot to talk about in the first level. This is about to be the hardest jump in the game, and we're going to skip it. Not because it's actually hard, but it's like 0.5 seconds faster to jump on this kid's head, if I don't do whatever the heck that just was. The reason this is the hardest jump in the game is swinging on that little fence there. Sorry, it's actually not a 0.5 seconds faster. It's 0.5 seconds faster to just do that jump, but it also saves the 5 to 10 seconds of the cutscene. So it's like, 5 to 10 seconds faster. It's the hardest jump in the game because the camera angle is like the biggest actor in this game. Because depending on where the camera is facing, hitboxes of things will change. So that jump is the hardest jump in the game, because if you aren't looking at the exact perfect angle, the ledge has a hitbox greater than what the Grinch can ever hope to get up on, and it is literally impossible to get up on. I submitted, there's a tournament called Mystery Tournament, where basically you race against somebody else in a blind race of a game neither of you have ever played, and you just try to get to a certain goal. And I submitted this to Mystery Tournament like 7 or 8, and 6 people raced to this. And out of the 6 people, like 4 people had to figure out how to jump on the kid's head to progress, because it's literally so hard to get that jump properly. The character model, what happened? This is a disguise. So if you remember in the Jim Carrey movie, he has to disguise himself to get into the post office. So we got a disguise and we changed into a disguise, this little cloak, so we can successfully infiltrate the post office. Also, won't bother us like this. So this is the post office. In order to progress, we have to send Max through the tunnels here to step on the buttons. This will unlock the room for us so we can run in and shuffle the mail. And don't ask me how who's get through here. Again, I am playing on the PC port, so one of the things you'll notice between the PC port and the PlayStation version is when I am moving, you'll notice when I stop, I come to a really abrupt end. And it wastes a little bit of time. Normally, if you're running the PlayStation version, you won't see that because we're moving with the analog stick, and it's a lot easier to slow to a stop. But on PC, it is a lot harder to do that, so we just run with the D-pad. I tried to stop to switch to Max. I don't know why I did that. That would have been bad. These, I should walk a little bit forward. These cameras are all on a global cycle. So as long as you're fast enough, you'll always get the same cycles. So you can take some pretty dangerous cuts and you won't get caught. If you get caught by the security cameras, you'll just get sent back to the beginning. Hey, that's Cindy Lou Who, just like in the movie. All right, perfect. So you can take some pretty dangerous cuts as long as you know where in the cycle you are. That is a heart piece that increases our health. We actually don't want our health increased because we have a few death warps, but you can't skip that one. We'll skip all the other ones. All right, so we have now successfully shuffled all the mail, and we're actually pretty much done with Whoville here. We have one picture at the end, or sorry, right outside. We're also going to pick up this blueprint. If you watched earlier, the blueprints are kind of like the puzzle pieces, except they're a lot more useful in here. They're basically a puzzle that gives us gadgets that actually are very impactful to the gameplay.
Yeah, Grinch! And the Grinch got to thinking how...
I think the Grinch, he's just... They don't really talk about it. I think it's both his name and his, what kind of creature he is. I think he's a Grinch and the Grinch. They don't really ever talk about it. So you'll notice that I skipped the binoculars and go straight to the rotten egg launcher. The binoculars are not relevant. They let you zoom in, but you don't really need to do that.
he heads for Who Forest.
So this is... only slightly relevant. How do I do... Okay, the routing here... So, Who Forest is one of the big ones where routing is different between PC and PlayStation. Because in the PlayStation version, you can control Max with the analog stick, and you just cannot do that in this version. So that blueprint you saw at the beginning is in a different order based on which version you're... Well, the route, because in the... I I know what I did. I'll explain that in a second. Because of the way you're doing it, it's different, and I need to remember... I do not remember the proper route, because there's also been a route change, so I might get messed up on this next puzzle piece. The reason I was standing there staring at the Who and not doing anything is because I accidentally picked up the blueprint without shooting the Who. It is a very tight window in order to shoot that Who, but whenever the blueprint is up, you cannot actually pull or do anything with any of your gadgets. So that's kind of why I was standing there. So the 3 objectives in this level are wilting 10 trees, dropping beehives in 10 houses, or in 10 chimneys, and dropping glue in the glue cannon.
Go, Max!
I'm really concerned that I'm mixing 3 different routes up, but it'll be fine, probably. So this is the swinging that we avoided in the first level, and you can kind of see exactly why... No. Okay, yep. We're good, we're good. Everything is fine. Again, just trying to make sure I'm not doing things wrong here. Can I get up on this house? I cannot get up on this house, so I don't care about... Should I be up here right now? Hey, I want to be on this side to do this. There we go. I should be up here right now, but yeah, we're good. I figured it out. Everything's all good. I very briefly, like 3 routes in my head collided, but we are all good. It was no big deal. That was actually a very cool time save that I did not mean to do. This is a very hard trick. I'm gonna try to do it first and then explain it after. Alright, that sucks. That double sucks. I mean, that's fine. Alright. So... Oh. There's a specific angle you can stand on that... Again, it's camera angles. There's a specific camera angle you can put the camera at, and this door frame will have... I don't want to be... Alright, I'm gonna do this the correct way, which is a little bit slower, but I'm not getting the correct angle, and I could be here all night with this. So... We'll do this instead. Alright, so... there was a little bit of tech there so that I can move with the bees, because I want to get this, then Death Warp. Please tell me this is the last one. Thank you. We have not messed anything up. This is made in the same engine as Bugs Bunny Lost in Time. That's why it reminds you of that. Oh my god. There we go. So I had to remember that I did the route a little weird just to save time, or I guess not lose any more time because the angle was bad. I definitely am pretty sure I lost track. I was trying to explain something and I lost track of it, and that was like 4 minutes ago, and now it is very much gone. But it is what it is. If somebody remembers, asks the question, I will finish explaining it. There's a little bit of neat tech that I didn't fully explain, which is that you can do animation canceling with... I think I only needed one there. You can do animation canceling by zooming in while you're doing something. which is what I was doing to get out of the bees hitting me so that I could jump enough to go pick something up. Something about the door frame. The door frame, basically I was trying to get on the door frame by angling the camera a certain way. It is a very difficult trick, and I didn't do it correctly. Also, I don't think I'm supposed to have this here, but I guess we're doing it like this. I understand what I did. I was smart and dumb in the... Alright, so we're good. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're gonna waste a little bit of time here. I'm not that stupid. It's all good. Please switch. So yeah, if you you have to come up here to get that blueprint, because the blueprint is for the rocket spring, which we need to come up here. But if you jump on the door frame, you save having to come up here one additional time, which is what we were trying to do. But I've missed it twice, and I'm not going to miss it like 5 times until I get it. There's already a trick later on that's going to be pretty bad. So I'm not gonna sit here doing it when the solution is just to do it the intended way. I guess, so that little moose thing, you'll notice that the one that I went to earlier, a moose didn't spawn. It's because I broke the present, and I only break the present on that one because it's the only tree we have to go to twice. The reason I was like, oh, that's unintended, is because I accidentally shot the present, which is faster, but it's normally really hard to do. I don't even bother going for it. I just got it that time. Normally you have to ground pound on the present. I missed the speed tech because I was talking. I'm actually... It's probably... it's arguable whether or not it's slower. I'm gonna go over here. I think it's cool anyway. And it'll... A little bit further up. Wow, this is... There we go. So that puff of smoke, if you don't watch that puff of smoke fully, then the ice wall will respawn. So what I was shooting at was an ice wall. The reason I'm shooting at it is because I don't want to walk all the way over there again because I missed the original setup. Probably not faster, but I can send Max over here. He'll pick up the paint or the glue that I need and those rotten eggs. Used a little bit of extra rotten eggs, so I'm going to pick that up. Didn't really talk about it. Rotten eggs is our fuel. They can spawn in 1, 3, or 5. Obviously, 5 is better. If you watch something spawn, it's bad. That's 1. But if you leave it on the map over time, it'll go into 3 and then 5. That is pretty much all we have here. We have these 2 final ones. I'm going to try to do at least one of these rocket spring lists, which is going to be this one right here. I'm going to switch to it just in case, but I should be able to do this, which normally you have to use the rocket spring to get up, but I didn't. Also, I didn't talk about this earlier. This is the second hardest jump in the game. You have to do it twice. If you fail it, you waste like 2 minutes. It's real bad.
While most Grinch...
because you fall all the way down, and it's the second hardest jump in the game, because depending on where you're looking, there is extra hitbox on the top, and instead of just cleanly landing on it, you'll fall all the way down. You'll notice that I am not picking up this blueprint. That is for the slime shooter, and it is 100% necessary to progress in the game. Without it, we will not be able to get into the dump area, or the minefield area in the Who dump. I do not need a gadget here, he says confidently.
The dumps is...
But yeah, I will not be able to progress in the minefield area, and I'm definitely not saying that because we have a trick or something. I'm going to do the max trick here. So this introduces special ammo, which is the nitro eggs. Robots can only be destroyed with these. You can only carry up to 5 of them. So our objectives in here are to steal 10 slices of pizza from the birds, to redirect 10 gas pipes into the dump supervisor's house and give somebody else who's important in the dump a haircut. And I don't remember what the other one's name is. We have to give somebody a haircut. We have to gas somebody out of their home. And we have to steal... Oh, that sucks. And we have to steal pizza from birds. This is based off of the Jim Carrey movie. So will you remember going to the... when Jim Carrey goes to the Who Dump in movie? So I'm going to talk about this a lot. The camera is very important in this game. So you'll notice I'm going to jump off like this. And you'll notice I can jump off there. If I were to jump off early and don't see that number, so if I'm facing the other way and I don't see that number pop, it will undo. And then I will have to come back and do that later. And I will be very confused because I did all of them. So this level is in 3 sections, technically a lot more, because if you'll notice that camera angle, I was shooting at a bird and hitting a wall, because I was too close. So over there, that giant wall over there is the power plant. It's like a completely huge section of the map. We are legitimately in the any percent run. We're probably only going to see, I would say, between 30 to 40% of the entire map. Because everything is, I'm invisible wall. Now I'm just bad. This game is very big and we don't touch a lot of it. So yeah, please make the jump. This is divided into 3 sections technically, and between each of them... Really? Yep. I just missed the number, I guess. Whatever. You have to press a button to disable the electricity. So there was a red button there that you saw. I'm going to ignore it. But there's a red button there I have to press to disable the electrical fences between each area. Again, I do not understand how Who's are supposed to work in these conditions, but I guess Whoville is super dystopian. So normally I would have to go back through the electric fences, but this is much faster.
Ouch! It's unbearable!
So now we are going to go back over here, and we're going to go into the green area. So there is a small, it's hard to do because the electricity needs to be going off, but there is, speed tech you can technically do when that stuff starts going off. If you, land on the button and get hit at the same time, it'll put the Grinch exactly where you need to go to jump out. It saves a little bit of time, but, it's not super important. So we've got a little mine-infested area here. Here's another pipe we have to push. We actually needed that nitro egg because we need to break this fence over here. More or less. So there aren't any lives in this, but when you run out of health, yeah, he go. All right. This is a very... So, in order to get through here, I need the slime shooter, because there's no nitro in the eggs, and I need to kill that robot. I'm No. I'm gonna redo this just to make sure. Should be good, and if it's not, add 10 minutes to the estimate. So as long as Max is in a... okay, that was a tight jump, and I did not turn my camera enough. So the mattress is bouncing, so we did get the trick. I'm gonna pick these up, because they're a lot. So, for some reason, if Max is underneath this mattress, when it drops, the robot can no longer hit us, which is why we're able to skip the slime shooter, because he just can't shoot it, or that robot can't shoot us. So we're good, and we don't need it. This is the only application for the slime shooter in mandatory progression, so we just skip it. I mentioned the differences between the PlayStation version and the PC version. If you are familiar with the game, you'll notice I'm picking up all of the octopus climbing device blueprints. In the PlayStation version, we actually would not pick any of them up. The PlayStation version, I'm just sneaking into this. The PlayStation version has like 3 to 4 minutes time save from skips, but because it loads so slow, it's just like 4 minutes slower still. There is, in the level where you need the octopus climbing device, you can just, look at this guy, look at this, a person's face, by the way. It's just completely gone. Yeah, it doesn't show it well in this one, but we didn't cut his hair, we cut his face off. Anyway, yeah, in the level where you need the octopus climbing device, you can just, like, use the rocket spring on polygons and get up. We're gonna pick all of these up, because those are guaranteed 5 spawns, and that sets us for... Unless something goes terribly wrong, I will not need another ammo spot for the rest of the game. It does waste a little bit of time, but now I have all of the eggs I'm gonna need. Alright. So we're gonna ruin this person's day by hitting them with a wrecking ball. They're gonna get out of our way here. I hope that's set 9. So ready to go. That didn't actually put us perfectly where we wanted because of the angle, but close enough. It got us closer. We are on our way. This is going to be the final part. There's actually a really big trick here. There's technically a few big tricks, but don't go for one of them because I don't know if it's PC dependent, but when I do the frame perfect cutscene skip here, it puts me to the beginning of the level, which wastes way more time than watching the cutscene. So this is the final pipe puzzle. Assuming I did everything correctly. Whatever. I was trying to get fancy. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. I missed a bird somewhere. That's bad. I know where it is. It's yeah. I know exactly which one I missed. I normally do it on the way in, and I forgot this time.
The wind's blowing in the wrong direction.
That's fine.
Today. One day I'll get out of this infected place.
Yeah, Grinched.
I'm gonna go get it now. Because it doesn't make sense to do it later. So normally I would break the robot going into the minefield area and then do the birds, and I didn't do that this time, and I don't know why, and I was like, oh, I'll just get it on the way out, and then I didn't. I ran right by them, so I know exactly where it is. That's not a big deal. The pipes already worked, so we're good there, and I already cut the dude's hair, so we're all good. Thank goodness I was correct, and it's this one.
I say,
It doesn't. We shouldn't need to ask for a Grinch game. We should be delivered Grinch games.
when I'm Grinched.
We're gonna get this
Placid who loves
cutscene.
Homer.
Technically, we are good. We can leave, but we would need to come back here later. Is there an easy way to death warp here? Probably not. So normally we would just leave. Where am I? Except we're going to do a pretty big trick here. The reason for this is we need to come back late. So you beat every level, and then you have to come back for slight parts. And you do that in every level. But this one, it takes a long time to get back here. So instead, we're going to do a very cool trick, which involves moving this object and switching gadgets at the same time. So we're going to phase this box into our hitbox. Then, I did not get that angle correctly, which isn't a big deal. But it means I'm going to need to line back up, and that's going to make it a little bit difficult. So we're going to phase this box into us, then we're going to run at this area. So that garage is where the piece is. So we're going to do this. We're going to grab the box, we're going to put it in a special area, and we're going to phase in here, and we're going to grab this piece. The problem with this is... insane. Oh, I hope that worked. So we're stuck in here. So we are going to have to save quick here. So we are going to save, going to quit out. We're going to load. What? This one. Alright, now we're back at the start. Now we can leave. I don't know why it's at the bottom instead of the top, but whatever. So now we're going to go over here, and we are going to get our octopus climbing device. I don't know why I rotated. I don't know. Hold on. What am I doing? Everything went out for a second. That was... Alright, we're gonna go into our final area here. This is Who Lake. Glorious Who Lake. Everybody remembers that from the movie. We have to shoot 10 thistles into the Boy Scout shorts. We have to drill 10 holes in boats. This is actually faster than sneaking. And we have to... One moment. Processing. This is the last thing we have to do here. Oh, crush 10 tents. Like, what do we have to do here? I don't know why I did that. So first things first, we're going to need us guys to get into North Shore, whatever shore we're not currently in. So we need to ruin this this scout leader's meal. And then we're going to rob him of his clothes. We are going to mug him. So, first stage, we run around 3 times until he reloads. We bad breath him. We are going to return to running around. Now we have to double jump on him. And finally, he's going to go into a blind rage. We need to lead him towards the moose heads. And then jump out of the way, then steal the final piece. We're gonna try for a trick here. We're not gonna get it. It's not even useful if we do get it. So you can make those porcupines drop an extra thistle if you take damage on a specific frame when they're dropping. The problem is it's only useful if you get them to drop 2, which has only ever happened once, and is like super frame perfect, but like we can't even figure out the frame to get 4 drops on like consistently, so like it's just not worth it. I'm really only picking those up because they're like right in front of me and like I'm running into them. It's not because I need them. So this is the climb up we wouldn't need to do if we were on PlayStation, because we would be able to jump on a tree. I'll point out the tree. Kind of already ran by it, but I'll point it out. I went the wrong way. Stick a little bit closer. What do I have over here? Yeah, that's right. Okay. A little too close. The first shot won't, okay, I guess the second shot won't count either. The first shot will never count because it's a thistle, and thistles won't be able to shoot down that beehive. The PC version is a port, so like all of the hitboxes are different. It is functionally the same game, except for the hitboxes. And I guess the other major difference is something you wouldn't notice unless you've played both versions extensively. The swing timing for your jumps is 0.5 seconds. About 0.5 seconds. I haven't timed it, but it feels like it's about 0.5 seconds. It's 0.5 seconds different, depending on the version you're on. So I guess there's not really a good time. That's the tree, by the way. There's not really going to be a good time to show the difference anymore, but you have when you're swinging, you have a high jump and a long jump. One gives you distance, one gives you height. And the timing is 0.5 seconds different depending on whether or not you're on PC or console. And if you've never, if you're not a speedrunner, you'll never notice that. Because you probably only ever played it, like, you're not going to be playing it a bunch of times consecutively. You'll pick it up and it might feel weird, but you won't really understand why. Where is it? Right here. But yeah, as a speedrunner, you pick it up really quickly, so it's like jarring when you're first switching from one to the other. Just kind of a little blind jump there. You know it's there, you just hope you get it. The routing on this is a little weird. Technically it might be, it probably doesn't matter, but I do things very specifically here, because on the console, things will despawn sometimes. So I'm gonna take the 2-second time loss here. I don't think it can despawn on PC, but I have had that blueprint despawn on console from shooting these and before I picked them up. Again, I'm pretty sure PC doesn't despawn, but I'm just going to do it anyway, because this is not where I want it to despawn and completely soft lock my game. Because without that, I will not be able to complete the game. Or I'll have to glitch hunt for a way to skip it. Which I don't think anybody wants to sit here and watch me do, because I certainly don't want to do it. Not tonight, anyway. So we kind of talked about Disguise a little bit earlier. What we didn't talk about is how you lose all of your abilities in it. You can only double jump. So I don't have any of my gadgets right now. Which normally isn't a problem. There we go. So that was a long jump instead of a high jump. Really? There we go. That was a high jump. I was saying something. I don't know. Well, so we have to. Why did I walk in there at that angle? That was weird. Oh, I don't have my gadgets. Normally it's not a problem, except in this area, there's mosquitoes, which will come at you even if you're in disguise. I have not done that mistake in a while. Interesting. So yeah, there's mosquitoes here that will go, because they're just mosquitoes. They don't care if you're the Grinch. Or they don't care if you're a scout or not. They want to suck your blood, so you will get harassed. And the only way to get rid of them is to run them into a mosquito trap, which is very slow. What is going on? I wonder... No, it's not been a problem so far. I'm definitely running off my OBS capture instead of the actual game. But that shouldn't be a problem. Oh, right, interesting. I didn't expect to lose 3 minutes to this, but I guess we will. Maybe it is... Maybe I am just, like, slightly delayed, but... I've never had a problem with mashing here before, so that's very awkward. Probably? That sounds accurate. Yeah, that's not what I want. I didn't realize I couldn't drop down there. I would have rotated. If you do not go instantly, like, you have like a 1 second time frame, because I slid off, I was going to be late. So I was trying to just reset, but didn't realize that was over the edge. So that's on me. That one's on me. I don't know what's going on with these other ones. Like, clearly I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know what it is, because I should be able to just mash through here. What is going on? There is unfortunately no other way to do this, because I don't have my gadgets. So this shouldn't be this hard. I do not know what's going on. What? I'm literally mashing first frame. It should be going off. Do I have enough time to do a full rotation on each? I don't think I do. Of all the things I thought I might need to practice, this was not it. Okay, that should not have been that hard, holy. I've literally never, it's not that, it's this double jump here. I have never had that much of a problem in my entire life. And while I would love to just blame it on the fact that I'm running off of the OBS screen instead of the actual game, I'm not going to. Pretty sure that was user error, I just can't explain it to you. Anyway, we're gonna move on here. We got a bunch of boats we need to put holes into. That's a great point. I cannot believe the music is still going. I kind of talked about it earlier. The PC port runs weirdly on different versions of the game. I guess I'm thinking of my old PC. This is a... Can I do this trick here with this mosquito? This is like literally the worst spot for the mosquito. I wonder if actually... Can I get this mosquito to do the same thing I'm trying to do? No, it doesn't look like I can. I'm trying to jump off Max's back here. This is going to save a bunch of time, except for the mosquito. Anyway, back to the PC thing. My old PC, by this point in the game, there was no music. Like, it had just shut off. So the fact that we still have it is amazing. Alright, mosquito, you gonna leave now? Okay, great. I'm just trying to jump off Max's back here like that. There's like a few frames where it has enough collision to reset your double jump, so we can jump over here. The reason this saves so much time is because there is a guard up here that is blocking the area. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to have Max knock paint over him to look like a skunk and woo a female skunk over here to get rid of that guard. Which we're going to have to do everything I just said except bring him over, Max and the skunk over here, because we jumped over here. We still have to get Max to get paint dumped on him, specifically because there's a blueprint in there that we need Max to get, and you get the cutscene through that. Okay, so the reason I was hesitant there is that mosquito again, I think this was only on PlayStation, so I might be being a little bit cautious, but I've had that mosquito knock, because the Grinch so when you're in Max, the Grinch is still active. So like, even though you're in that area, the Grinch is still like a character that has a hitbox. And I've had the mosquito knock me out of Grinch, like hit me while I was in Max, and then the blueprint despawned, which is terrible because you need this blueprint. So these are the last two boats. All of the tents. So it's only boats on this side. All the it's just gonna be faster to jump off at this point. I was trying to do fancy speed tech, but it's only boats on the North Shore. All the thistles and the Boy Scout shorts and the tents are on the other side. So it's just the 10 boats here. After this, we're actually going to get a cutscene, and we are going to be sent back to the Grinch Cave, which is great because we need to go there anyway. And we're going to start our backtracking for sleigh parts. So the first thing we need to do is we need to make the not Grinch Copter, the Grinch Submarine. What's it called? Grinch or Marine Mobile. Oh, jeez. Hold on. This is gonna be a mess. No, it's this. No, it's nothing like this. It's this. This goes here. I screwed those two up somehow. And then this. So that is our Marine Mobile. Obviously, you all remember that from the movie. And now we are going to... So there are two sleigh parts here. And we are going to go for the first one. We need the sleigh parts in order to make the sleigh. Did I just do... I did just do old route. Oh well, it's fine. So we had to collect these 10 pearls in the time frame. These controls are awful. Technically, I should be able to do them without slowing down, but I did old route, which I do not have muscle memory for. Which I probably could have just fixed by going the other way, but... Oh my god, this is terrible. It's fine, everything's fine. As long as I don't fail this. Alright, so now we need to go get the GPS. So we need to take a right here instead of going through this pipe and get the GPS, which involves shooting like 15 birds in 10 seconds. And I hope that you have all realized by now that I don't need to actually do that. For whatever reason, the GPS is not required.
Go, Max!
And we already got the tubes or something. Oh, wait. Hold on, I'm being dumb. There we go. So now we only need 2 sleigh parts left. Now we need to race this, who, if we win, we get his skis. If we lose, the joke that another runner, Eggplant, has made previously is if we lose, then he gets to keep Max, but that's not a problem because he runs so slow. So we are not at risk of losing at all. Also, he cheats by, like, jumping up things, but still loses to the dog.
You're not a bad dog.
Okay, that... I ran past the trigger somehow. That was awesome. So we got the skis. So the last part we need before going in here... Also, I'm going to remember to safety save before Santa, just in case I crash. That is me mentally reminding myself to do that. There is some speed tech here if we can get a good angle, but it is a little bit difficult because I need to land perfectly, and I did not land perfectly, so that's fine. But basically, you need to do that jump so that the kid doesn't shoot you. We got second cycle, which isn't terrible, but you can get first cycle and then death warp. It's probably not faster to death warp now, so I'll just walk back. But if you get it first cycle, you can death warp off the kid and it saves a little bit of time. Does not matter. We're going to go here. We're going to do a little bit of a trick here. When you step onto the second floor, when you walk out, you're supposed to get a cutscene. It explains that there's a bunch of mini games you can get for collecting all the presents in the game, which we have neglected to do. But if I just do this, I can get over an invisible barrier here and call it a day. We're gonna walk in here. That is the sleigh. I'm going to safety save. Yeah, use the same file. That's fine. That way, if I crash here, we can still redo it. So this is the final part of the game. This is a 2-part boss fight. The first thing we need to do is we need to steal the 10 presents that Santa is dropping in the chimneys. And then after that, we are going to shoot Santa down. This area is actually a lot more difficult than it seems for a few reasons. If you don't know where the presents are landing, depending on where your positioning is, the game could insta-fail you. Because it decides that, for whatever reason, even though you definitely have enough time to get to the present before it falls out of reach, the game decides you're not in a position to grab it, so you just fail. So, like, playing this casually for the first time, you could just fail because you weren't you were in a spot the game didn't like, basically. Also, the controls are a little bit weird, but as long as you get past the insta-dropping, it's fine. Time is going to be coming up soon. I'm not mashing. The game didn't crash, so we are all good. Time is going to be coming up on the final hit, which, depending on how this goes, might be in the next few seconds, or might be in, like, 10 seconds. If I get a few shots here, could have been a little bit better, but that is time. Time? There we go. Okay. There we go. Time. I don't know why that last shot didn't count, but that is the Grinch from the 2000 Jim Carrey movie. I'm going to let these cutscenes play out while I talk, because these cutscenes are really funny. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to anybody who celebrates. I hope you've all had a good evening filled with Christmassy games. I know that we had a lot of Grinch this year, but I mean, what can you do? It is a Christmas game. Again, like I said at the top of the, not at the top of the show, but sometime earlier, if you know any non-Christmas themed games, so games that are even talk about Hanukkah, or like it's specifically like have Hanukkah backgrounds, Kwanzaa backgrounds, any of the other wintry holidays, kind of like how Yakuza 5 Seismic Chapter is a Christmas, because it's around Christmas time and he dresses up as Santa, or like Miles Morales, I think, takes place around Christmas. If you have games that like take place around Hanukkah, which is the same time, except they actually talk about Hanukkah instead of Christmas, please let me know, because I've been looking for them and I'd like to have games besides Christmas games on these shows every year. Yeah, I guess technically, I mean, it depends on the time zone you are. It is definitely over in my time zone, but there's still time zones where it is Christmas, so Boxing Day if you're in the Eastern time zone. But yeah, appreciate y'all coming out here. Y'all, if you tune into the Hotfix, you see me every week, so I don't know. Maybe not gonna shut myself out. Thank you all so much for being here. After this, we are going to replay the special, so if you missed it at all, then, you know, just keep watching, and it'll start over in just a few minutes here. And the next time we will be live is going to be Friday with Do All the Things, and then Parallel Universe. It's all going to start at 7 p.m. Eastern. Just as a quick reminder, GDQ is in like week and a half, so January 5th through 12th, and if you want any prizes submitted for that, the deadline is the 28th.
I will say this, Max. I love you.
I'm going to vamp for like another minute just because I want this last cutscene to play out and there's no runner after me. This last cutscene is very interesting. It didn't port great. There's supposed to be a bunch of who's here. So you notice there's only like 2 or 3. There's supposed to be a bunch of them. You also notice that half of them are paper and some of them are real. So there was like 2 real who's, one of which I'm pretty sure is just the who that stands there in the level. All the other ones are paper cutouts.
Stolen Christmas.
Oh no, the Grinch is falling.
Forgive me.
We forgive you, Grinch. I know you were.
So you'll notice that this is a real, like, this is an animated Cindy Lou Who, and then none of them are real, and then we've got, like, this close-up of the Who there. This is just a mess. These faces are all weird, and now all of the Who's have disappeared again. And now there's only, like, 2 Who's. So something happened in porting, because on the PlayStation version, this actually works. Like, this is all... Yeah, Arkham Origins is also, like, on Christmas Eve. I think we did that last year. Yeah, this cutscene is wild. It just did not port correctly. That is everything I have. Thank you again. Have a great night, everybody. And we're going to replay from the top in just a few minutes here. Have a great night. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Take care, everyone.